want to take, just in case someone else comes.
Call our meeting to order as it is 7 p.m. Thank you so much. Today is the December 13th school committee meeting. Please excuse my voice. I am not sick, but my voice is unwell, so I apologize in advance, and we'll try to use the microphone as much as possible. And if everyone could just join me in please rising for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Aaron Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Hoskins. Jen Lima. Here. Thomas Briardy. Here. Christine LaPierre. Here. Gabe Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you please call the calendar?
On Monday, December 19th, will be our joint budget meeting that's held at the Town Hall, location 80 Boston Neck Road. Our next school committee business meeting is Tuesday, January 10th. And a reminder, our holiday break, no school for students, December 23rd to Monday, January 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the first item on... Yes, that's right. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is introduction and a brief introduction to Robert's Rules for the committee. And so what I thought would be good, as it's the first official meeting of the school committee after the elections and the biannual meeting, is to have the board members quickly introduce themselves, as this is the only time that the board meets in front of the public. And then also I will do a brief review of Robert Rules of Order of how we'll run the meeting. And so to introduce myself to the board, my name is Dr. Aaron Earl. I am currently the chair of the school committee, which is a great honor. I'm very excited. For the students here, I'm a NK grad, class of 2000, old high school vibes, and professionally work at the University of Rhode Island as an admission counselor. And so I will turn it over to the vice chair, Robert.
Thank you. My name is Robert Case. I'm the vice chair of the school committee. I have 3 children in the school system here, one of which is a freshman here at the high school. So don't give her too much grief. And yeah, so I'm looking forward to working with the school committee this year. I'm also on the building subcommittee, and I can't think of the other one off the top of my head. So I'll just pass it over to Jen.
Hi, I'm Jen Lima. I've been on the school committee since 2020. I have 3 graduates from North Kingstown and 1 senior here currently. I am on the DEI subcommittee and newly appointed to the policy subcommittee.
Good evening. My name is Tom Briardy. I'm newly elected to the school committee this year. It's a tremendous honor to have an opportunity to serve with this very fine panel. I'm an attorney. I practice law in Providence, Rhode Island, and all over the state of Rhode Island in the state and federal courts. My children are grown, but I am absolutely delighted to have an opportunity to serve my community and to serve the people with children who attend these great schools. It's a true honor to be here.
Hi, I'm Christine LaPierre. I am the chair of the Jamestown School Committee. I've served on the committee since 2018. I've been a member of the policy subcommittee and the legislative subcommittee. And starting this year, I am going to be the liaison to the North Kingstown School Committee. Professionally, I am an educator. I currently work at the Paul W. Crowley East Bay campus of the Met High School. But prior to this is my first year there, and prior to working here, I was a teacher at Hope High School in Providence for about 6 years.
Hello? Okay. My name is Gabriel Anthony. I'm a senior at the high school. I'm the president of the student union, and this is my second year as a student representative for the school committee.
Sure. I'm Dr. Judy Paolucci. I'm the interim superintendent of schools here in North Kingstown.
Michael Waterman, I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
All right, wonderful. Thank you all so much. And in the packets, everyone received overview, so thank you so much to the clerks for putting that together for Robert's Rules of Order. We will try to run the business meeting using those rules, and we'll work through them together. So there is some reference material in that for you. And if anybody needs a point of clarification, et cetera, it tells you how to ask for that. And so I know sometimes working a meeting like that can be challenging, and so we'll work together to have the most productive meeting as possible utilizing the rules. And now we have our next item, which is very exciting. Dr. Paolucci had a wonderful idea to bring the students, and so I'll have her introduce them.
Sure. We have our students here from the high school, along with their teacher, and they're going to give us some selections, and it really is just a taste of the programming here at the high school. And so I'll have you introduce everybody and get started and tell us what you'll be doing. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to move down to the bottom if that's okay.
And I'd recommend to the committee to bring, actually we'll probably come up for citizens' comments and then go back down for the presentations, right? Is that the order? No, the presentations are first, so I'd bring your materials down, because then we'll bring the screen down and stay down there for the presentations and then come up for citizens' comments. Testing. Oh, you test.
Testing. There we go.
Perfect. So thank you so much to the Music Student Showcase from the high school. And we will move on to item G, presentations. And we will just stay down here, so it'll be easier. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Jody Clark. I am the Director of Curriculum here. I am coming back this evening to do a little bit of a deeper dive into our RICAS and our NGSA data. So here to provide a little bit more information and show some subpopulations. There was a great request to see ourselves and how we ranked here in NK against some other neighboring districts. These districts were chosen because of their size and similar demographics. However, if you click on the link, and this PowerPoint will be up on our website, you can see the whole state ranking from highest scores down to lowest. And a couple of things to point out, while we rank 8th overall in our scores, it happens to be in both math and ELA that we were ranked 8. When you take away the school districts that are only K-8, we're actually 4th in the state with districts that are K-12 in size. So that's kind of where we fall in that range. But again, these districts were chosen because they are similar in size and demographics. This slide was provided last time I was here, just an overview again of where we fall by the breakdowns of buildings, and showing the data for the last 5 years. Obviously in 2020, we did not administer the test due to COVID, so I just want to again bring us back to that. It definitely, when you see the scores like this in that big COVID year, we just need to remember that for those 3 months in March of 2020, we were all virtual. The following year, about 50% of our students were here fully in person. The rest of students were in hybrid or fully remote. So I just don't want to forget that as we're talking about our recovery from COVID, although we have a long way to go with our scores, and we're going to talk about some of the reasons and some of the things we have in place. I just want us to remember where we were just 2 short years ago, and the fact that we, on a dime, pivoted to fully remote education, and that's how our students were learning for those first 3 months, and things weren't back to normal even the following year. A few things to celebrate here, as we did last, where the stars are indicating is that we are back to pre-COVID scores, which are great. We've kind of recovered from that, and we're moving on. But still, our math scores are looking great, and we're excited about them, but still room for growth. To break down those scores a little bit more by grade level, you can see against the state here where our grade levels are falling, and you definitely see that dip in 8th grade, which is of concern to us. We are looking into that. The other thing that we are able to do, and our teachers in small groups at each building are meeting in their common planning times to really break down the item analysis on each of these tests. So we are seeing a trend in 3rd grade with geometry being one of the glitch points that are keeping our scores, and in 4th and 5th, it's measurement and data. A few things here to point out. It also depends on your scope and sequence of how you teach things. A reminder that this assessment is given anywhere from the end of March to all through May. So not all of our learning is done. So we need to look a little bit about our scope and sequence and how we place our units of study based on how our students are doing, and if we need to tweak the arrangement of how we're teaching our math, we'll make those decisions as we move forward. But something definitely consider that we still have 3 months of learning at the time that we have to take these assessments. So it's really key to keep that in mind as we look. Obviously, the previous year's learnings all line up when a child takes the assessment in 3rd through 8th grade. But we do want to make note of that perhaps changing the alignment of when the units are given in math would be of consideration. In our 6th, 7th, and 8th, we're looking at, again, a little bit of a weakness in geometry and statistics and probability at the 8th grade. We have adopted a new curriculum. It is our 2nd year of implementation in the middle school. So some of that is getting through all of the pacing of the curriculum and teachers learning the material and getting through. But we are going to keep our eye on that. We're going to do the item analysis of the released item tasks and really look at what were the questions asking our students, why might we have fallen in certain areas, and do what we can to remediate those concerns moving forward. This next slide is kind of an interesting slide. This is following a cohort through. So if you see the color code is following, the green, for example, follows this cohort all the way from 2018, all the way to 2022. And we can't hide the fact that there was a decline over time in that 8th grade cohort last year. But if you see the general trend, moving in the purple cohort of grade 6 is an increase, and grade 5 was an increase. So we have some digging to do to find out what's happening in that 8th grade, and you will see in 2021 there was a drastic increase with the 8th grade cohort. They took it in 2019 with 47.5% of the students proficient, and ended up in 2021 with only 34. A lot of things in play here. Is it something where we're losing the interest of our 8th graders? They also take a science assessment, an ELA assessment, and a math assessment. There's a little bit of test fatigue, but by no means we need to highlight what our students know and are able to do. So we're going to focus on that and have some real serious meetings with 8th grade teachers as to what we can do to bring up those scores and really motivate those students to try their best so that we can see their skills and knowledge when we present them in a state assessment as such. This is some of our subpopulation demographics. I will say our economically disadvantaged students, that is, it used to be based on the students that receive free and reduced lunch, although because in past years free and reduced lunch was given to everyone during COVID, we've slightly changed the way we're calculating that and identifying those students. Currently, they are identified as students whose family receives SNAP benefits. So right now, all of our Quidnesset students are covering, because it's a title school, they do fall in this category. The English language learners, that is when a student registers, that's a self-identified home language survey that indicates that there's another language spoken in the home. The student is then given the access test, which determines their eligibility to receive services, and we move forward from there. Teachers can also recommend as they go on to receive that access test to see if there's any necessity to bring in, but that is how that population is identified. Obviously, special education are identified through a process of a committee meeting to determine eligibility, and male and female. A couple of things here to point out. Our economically disadvantaged are 18% of the total students that took this assessment. Again, that's in grades 3 through 8 only, so not our total population. Our ELL account for 3% of the total students who took this assessment. Our special ed students account for 14% of the total. And our male-female ratio, we have 53% of the students who took this assessment were male and 47 female. So that kind of gives you a little bit more background into these scores. Moving on, again, this is math for race, ethnicity. Some of these scores, for example, are American Indian and Alaskan. The N size is too small. If it's below 10, we do not report. Our Asian population represent 2% of the total students. Black or African American represent 3%. Hispanic or Latino represent 9%. 2 or more races identified represent 5%. And white represents 81% of the students that took this in grades 3 through 8. So again, you can see on average we are following the state trend here, with the exception of our Black or African Americans. So we're definitely honing in on certain subpopulations to see what we can do to raise their achievement scores. Moving on to reading, this is a little bit of a different story, and this is kind of the hard pill to swallow here. We did have a decline in every building for our reading scores. A lot of things going into this. In full disclosure, we have adopted a new ELA curriculum. It is the second year of the EL curriculum at the middle level. I'm sorry, it is the third year of EL at the middle level. It is our second year of Wit and Wisdom. There is something known as the implementation dip, and it is a real thing. As teachers get to know the curriculum, sometimes our pacing is a little off. We don't always get through all of the curriculum, which in the ELA is a spiraling curriculum, so it is a little bit of a problem when you don't get through all the standards. We are working really hard this year to fix that so that by the time, again, in April, there's still 2 months more of learning, we've covered the majority of the standards so that students can be successful on a state assessment or any assessment. But it is tricky to know as you're doing this. The other thing that we were able to analyze is that it was really in writing. Our students tend to be at a much higher percentage for proficiency. If you isolate just the reading and the language skills, it is the writing. So we are spending a lot of time today. I just worked with a group of third grade teachers over at Forest Park to really break down what is it that this assessment is asking our students to do, what can we do throughout the school year to allow students to practice that type of short answer response or finishing the prompt in order to prepare them. And not to say that we're going to break away from our curriculum to teach RICAS testing as an isolation, but what can we do as we go through our curriculum materials to have students practice so that they're familiar with the rubric and how they're going to be scoring. But it's definitely the writing that is an issue for us right now. The other thing I do want to note, because it does stick out here, Quidnesset Elementary School. And the one thing I want to say is, right now, last year we had a 22% chronic absenteeism rate across our district, which is very high. But last year we were still in the place of we were sending students home to quarantine for various reasons due to the pandemic. This year and last year, Quid's chronic absenteeism rate was 37%. This year, and in 2021-2022, it's at 45% chronic absenteeism. That means that students are missing 10% of the school year, two days out of the month. You can't educate students if they're not in the building, so we are really working with Quidnesset Elementary School to make sure the students are coming to school with all of our resources and social workers to get out to families to let them know how important it is that students need to be in school to receive this education. Obviously we can't change when there's flu and RSV and COVID still going around the schools right now. We don't want students coming in sick, but we really want to reach out to our community and let them know that students being in school are really important, and that decline in student performance when they miss those 2 days a month really impacts things overall. Here is the breakdown by grade level. Again, you don't see quite the dip in 8th grade, which is good to see in ELA. And actually, the exciting thing, again, it really was the writing that caused a problem. Only in 3rd grade, only 22% of our students were proficient in the writing subscore. We get to about 30% in grades 4, 5, 6, and 7. The exciting news is that in 8th grade, we're up to 44% of students proficient in the writing category, which is telling me that our high-quality EL curriculum is really working at that level, and it's something we need to keep going with. It does have a rigorous writing component to it. The students are engaging in modules and learning, immersing themselves in topics that they're excited about, from recycling to learning about World War II to the Holocaust. So they're really engaging topics, and I think the students are really, their writing is starting to blossom at the middle level. So we're excited by that. Again, I wanted to show you that cohort analysis going up. And again, there's that weird 8th grade dip as you follow any of these colors up the pattern. But and overall, there tends to be a slight decline in grades, unlike the math cohort analysis where you did see that as the years progress, students are achieving at a higher level. This does follow the state and national trends in ELA, not to say that we're not fully acknowledging there is a lot of work to do here in North Kingstown, and we are addressing them. We are doing the item analysis. We are checking our pacing on our new curriculum to make sure we're getting through all the genres of writing by the time we take this assessment, and really looking at the types of questions that our students are having difficulties with and making sure we can remediate that. Here are the subpopulations again. Similar numbers, 18% of our economically disadvantaged students are achieving the standard, only 3% of our ELL students. However, there is some good news here. While only Oh, I did not write it on this slide. I'll come back to it. I think maybe it was in the math area. The one thing about our ELL is we categorize two groups, are our students that are qualifying for our ELL services, or MLL services, multilingual language services that we call, and then our nearly exited students. And when we look at our recently exited students from that program, that jumps up to about 48% are being proficient. So that is showing us that that program is working. The tricky thing about the MLL category is any given year you could have a different number of beginning to emergent to expanding, newly into the country, just learning the language, to anyone that's ready to exit the program. So it is really tricky to track cohort over cohort because those numbers change so frequently. One thing I do also want to mention is there was a greater disparity between males and females in certain schools. Forest Park was one of them, and when you dig into the data, they actually had in their fourth grade 26 boys and 13 girls. Woo! So that, when you start digging into the numbers and really looking into analyzing, like, why is there such a disparity between them? But it was actually in numbers of students taking the assessment. So, we are constantly looking into that. The other thing that is of note is the number of students taking the assessment. And while there seems to be some disparity, at DMS, 98% of non-economically disadvantaged students were testing, but only 93% of economically disadvantaged students were testing. That amounts to 6 students. And while it is not okay for any of us that our students are not taking the assessment, we are definitely looking into why are they signing out? Are they signing out for medical reasons or other reasons? And what can we do to encourage all students to take this assessment? Because it is a valuable marker in their academics, and it definitely gives us feedback overall of a district of how our programs are working and what we need to tweak. So we are looking at the disparities between the subpopulations and who completed the assessment. So for ELA, for race, ethnicity, again, the same thing kind of still stands true, although if you do notice, the Black or African American is a little bit more leveled out in this area. The demographic numbers are the same as what I mentioned in math, with Asians representing 2% are being proficient, Black or African American 3%, Hispanic or Latino 9%. So we have a lot of work to do in these subgroups to get them up to not to see this disparity. So we will be working, and I'm going to talk in a moment about some of the strategies we're going to use to address that. This is our NGSA, so this is our science assessment that is given in grades 5, 8, and 11. Again, I put up just for here a few of the neighboring districts that have similar demographics and size, but if you click on the link, it'll take you to the full list. And again, we are ranking 8th overall, but 4th if you only consider the K-12 districts. So, something to definitely celebrate, that we are still up there in the top of the pack, but room for improvement, of course. This slide I shared last time, so there's some success stories and a few areas that we kind of need to hone in on. A lot of most of the buildings are higher than their pre-COVID scores, with the exception of Davisville Middle and the high school. Although the high school is better than pre-COVID, but not better than last year. So that's a tricky one that we need to look into a little bit more of why that happened. A different group of students. So there's lots of things that could have gone on, but we will have our science department dig into those scores and do some analysis to determine why that might be. These numbers look a little bit different again because we are dealing with a much smaller N size. The total number of students in the district that took this assessment, only 824. So when you look, there were 17 ELL students, 106 economically disadvantaged, and 99 special education students that took this assessment. So you're seeing their rates. And again, that female-male, 53%, a 5% difference between male and female. Similar here, I won't spend much time, and again, this is going to be up on our website for anyone to look into more in detail, but these are a breakdown of race, ethnicities, obviously, some disparities, and we need to work on that to make sure that everyone is getting an equal opportunity to be successful in all of our academic areas. Our very last slide here is to talk about initiatives to support growth. So last year, we overhauled our MTSS framework for academics. We really made sure that we were identifying students at a tier 3, a tier 2 level. We brought in additional staffing in the terms of 5 interventionists, 3 elementary, 1 middle, and 1 high school to support those students at the tier 3 level to provide support. This year, we are really working to overhaul our social emotional learning academic framework. So we know that academic learning can't happen if students aren't feeling safe and secure where they are. So those two things really go hand in hand. And if we address their social emotional needs, we will boost their academics. So this year we're really focusing on that and providing those tiered supports to make sure all of our students are comfortable and confident and have the support they need in the school buildings. The one new position this year is that 1 K-8 reading specialist. That person right now is servicing Hamilton because of their large numbers and DMS because of the need. We also are very flexible. Quidnesset has a full interventionist where the other buildings are sharing from those ESSER positions. And we are going to reconsider after our mid-year STAR data, which is our screening tool, if we need to redesign where those positions go based on the need at that time. So we are constantly reacting to the data in front of us and how we can best support students. Tutoring program after first quarter. This will happen in January. Some of the schools are waiting for the STAR data, our screening tool. We are offering some monies through ESSER for principals to really have at their discretion to target a group. So for example, if they're seeing through their data that second grade foundational skills are really weak, they can provide 2 days a week for 8 weeks, small group tutoring, 3 to 5 students to meet after school, before school, to have additional support in that area. So we are trying to provide, being reactive to the data in front of us and providing additional tutoring. Other things, the summer school, always extending that school year and providing that to avoid the summer slide, and enrichment programs to bring students and get them excited about being in school so that we can see the academic growth as well. The one other thing I did want to show you, I'm just going to slide out of here, maybe. This information is always available on the RIDE website, and I just wanted to show you the RIDE website can be a little tricky to navigate. But under instruction and assessments, if you go to assessment results, which I just lost, there we go, assessment results, there are 2 portals here. One, nope, sorry about that. I shouldn't have clicked away. Here we go. There are 2 portals here. One requires is educator access only, where they can actually go down and see their own students from last year or this year, and this is the data we're digging into in Common Planning times. But there's also the public portal that you can go and you can compare to other districts. You can compare our middle schools to another middle school throughout the state. You can really break it down by using all of these drop-down menus to the specific school you want to see, there's specific grade you want to see, and it is really helpful in doing this analysis, and you can drill kind of deep into the data. So I just wanted to let you know where this all can be found. This is not secret information, and RIDE puts it out there for everyone, and if any other questions come up, I would be more than happy to address the questions, but for now I'll turn it over to the school committee to see if there's anything that I can clarify or take notes and come back to more specific details for you.
Thank you. Okay, I promise it's okay. Thank you so much for the presentation and really digging into some of the data for us and giving us some additional context. And so I would turn it over to the school committee members to see if they had questions. Ms. Lima.
Thank you for putting this together and for answering some of the questions that had come up in the last meeting. The first thing that I want to say is that I think that assessments are a useful tool, but they're certainly not the only tool, and I recognize that, and I appreciate the fact that we're saying that we don't think that's the only thing, so I just want to be upfront about that. That being said, there are a couple things in here I think that jump out, and you did touch on them, but I am concerned specifically with the subgroups. You know, in a lot of areas, the gap between the state standard and the North Kingstown standard, we are far and ahead of the state, but we're not in some of those subgroups, and that's concerning. And like you pointed out, QUID, we're just not doing very well for those students. So I would be curious to know some, like you said, you're looking into that, but I think I'd like to know some more about what specific things we're really doing in those areas. In terms of the initiatives, those are all great, but the only thing that's new on that list from the last time is the tutoring. So I would also like to know kind of what else can we do, what other thinking outside of the box things are there. Again, all those initiatives are wonderful, but the only addition is the tutoring. And I think the other thing that I had was, I think that's it. Those were the big things. But like I said, I really appreciate especially the fact that you dug into everything. You gave a lot more detail, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think the big thing that we can say about the additional, I think, 6 FTEs all around support staff is that we are willing to move where they're working to be where the need is showing us, both based on STAR and RICAS data and other common assessments that we use throughout the year. So we are not putting those people in set places and saying that's where you're going to stay for 3 years. We're really being reactive to what the data is showing us and where the need is. That is why there is a full-time person dedicated to Quidnesset. I really think we need to dig into their attendance issue and get students in school so that they're doing the learning along with us. So yeah, there's definitely some things we can start thinking outside of the box of how we can close those learning gaps for certain populations.
Thank you for answering those. Other questions from the school committee?
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the effort that you made. I had similar concerns to what Ms. Lima said about Quidnesset. That's the school that's closest to me. I'm very aware of it and fond of it. And you spoke about motivating students, and then you also mentioned the absenteeism. Are you able to elaborate with any degree of, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but any degree of specificity about what is going to be done to motivate children in these situations? Because you're facing a terrible fight there if you've got absenteeism problems that are compounding whatever it is that you're trying to do.
So our after-school enrichment programs have been enhanced through ESSER. It has always been part of our family support personnel over there provide additional after-school activities. We provide the busing for the students so that they have something to look forward to non-academic after the school day is over. So we really try to find ways, and I think the last time we visited, more than half of the students participate in those after-school activities, which really gets them into school because they want to go to the Lego club or the art club or the karate activity. So we are trying in other ways to bring them in. I do honestly think that our new Wit and Wisdom curriculum is providing a common ground for all students because it's so rich in building background information on one topic that all students can be a part of the discussion. Even if they haven't experienced for themselves, they're immersed in learning about sea life, or they're immersed in learning about the West, and all students have equal playing field. And what I'm hearing even from Quidnesset is that kids are participating in ways that they never may have participated in before because they didn't have the background knowledge on the topics that we're studying. And this program is very good about leveling that playing field and providing background knowledge to all students and doing things like Socratic seminars to get students engaged and talking about these topics. And then that in turn gets them excited to write about the topic. So we are doing things all the time. I'm definitely open to other ideas and suggestions. It is one of those things where when the scores came out, it kind of, we hate to see that number again where it is, and where we are doing everything we can. We're looking for an additional social worker so that we can keep the support staff there where we need to keep the support staff and not share them throughout the district. So, it is kind of a, something that we are constantly thinking of outside the box and looking at other districts for how they've addressed the population, but always open to new ideas.
You mentioned the Wit and Wisdom curriculum, and I've spoken to Dr. Paolucci about that. That's a very well-known, and from what I understand, a popular and well-received program, although there have been parts of the country that are complaining about it.
There have.
I scratch my head because it seems excellent to me. Do you feel that that is the right curriculum to be using in this situation?
I do, but anytime you roll out a curriculum, it's going to take about 5 to 6 years to reap the benefits of that curriculum. So that's a long haul, and that's tough for teachers to swallow who have felt confident in their teaching, and then we put something new in front of them, and they feel like beginning teachers all over again. But they are coming in leaps and strides. They are seeing the benefit of the program. They are starting to understand the scope and sequence and how it all comes together, and really appreciate the rich vocabulary and comprehension development that students are applying. I will say no curriculum is perfect or the whole country would be using it. So we are finding things that maybe aren't meeting our needs, that maybe we need to supplement a little bit. Obviously, you need to live and breathe a curriculum for a whole year before you make those determinations, because there are unintended consequences for pulling things out and adding things, and we wouldn't want to do that. But as we move forward, there are things that we are seeing. The short answer response that's required in the RICAS, there's not a lot of practicing. So as we can bring in different ways for students to practice their paragraph response to a simple question and restate the answer and things like that, we're bringing those in. So unfortunately, it's not an instant, all of a sudden the scores go up because we're using a great high-quality program. It takes a lot, and it's a lot on the teachers to get to know this curriculum and the nightly planning that goes involved because they're just unfamiliar with it. But I do see great things, and I'm really encouraged. We've been opening lab classrooms for teachers to go see each other in their practice and learn from each other of what it looks like here in North Kingstown, and make those decisions as a team of what we need to tweak and change. And I really do think we just need to stay the course. This is a great program. It is meeting the needs of our students. But like we see the benefits from Bridges, our elementary math program, and you see those scores are looking a little bit better, the same thing holds true for ELA. We need to stick with the program and really embrace it, but make it our own, make it work for the students of North Kingstown, and that is the process we're going through in the next few years as we get to know it.
Hi. Thank you very much. I concur with my colleagues, for this presentation. It's great. At some point, are you planning, the ESSER funds won't last forever, unfortunately. So at what point will you start you'll take a look at the data. If it's not improving, we need to start making a plan further down the road and a game plan for financing some of these needs that our children are going to have in the school system. So at what point do we start concerning ourselves about that?
Probably now.
Yeah, good.
We have one more year of the funding for all of those interventionists, but without those positions, it is really difficult to manage our MTSS system and really provide that small group core plus more support to those top echelon of about 10% of our kids that need that level of support. So without that, that program collapses a little bit. So we will definitely be coming to you with some hard data of how those groups are moving and how we're doing that through our MTSS plans and documenting. We are doing regular progress monitoring for those students, and we will be coming to you shortly with, this is what we're doing, this is the achievement these kids have, but I don't think it's a magical wand that's going to resolve in the 3 years of ESSER funding and then we're going to be all set. I think this is a long-term, these positions we're going to need moving forward to run this type of a program.
I would agree. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you guys. Like you said, sooner than later.
Yes.
I think would benefit our students the best. So
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually have one more question that I
Yes,
just thought
of course. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. Parking COVID, because I know that throws a wrench into everything. When was the last time we rolled out a new English curriculum?
Never.
Never. Okay.
We have never had a comprehensive program. We've adopted parts. We had the Empowering Writers program that, to my knowledge, was about 5 years ago that we rolled some of that out. but never a comprehensive soup to nuts, all embedded curriculum. It has not been. They wrote the Sorico units with a consortium of other districts around, but those were handwritten. They didn't have everything down to lesson plans, to handouts, to the books, to the assessment pieces. This is the first time we have done this in the district, and I can't tell you the rich conversations these teachers are having with each other across the building, and they brought work today to show each other of what does your work look like, the conversations are so powerful and are really going to just increase the level of academics all around, so it's exciting to see.
Is it typical in a district when they roll out a new curriculum to see the scores go down temporarily?
Yes.
No, that's what I'm trying to find out. Like it would be expected to see them come up.
Part of that is it's a pacing issue.
Yep.
Where these programs spiral and they have, an informational, an opinion, and a narrative writing, and if you don't get to the narrative, that just leaves it to the next teacher to have to cover that. So we are working really hard to get our pacing so that we can get through the entire curriculum. Same thing happens with math every year.
Yep.
Whatever's at the end of the math curriculum tends to be the thing. That's why I'm like geometry. Do we need to move it earlier because our RANCAS scores are showing that. But we also have to fully acknowledge it's really not fair when there's 3 more months of schooling to base this score when we didn't get to that module. So
Right.
There's give and take around always, but we are definitely talking about the pacing, and that's just one of the unintended consequences of bringing in a new curriculum.
One question, with the test being in March, are they testing on the concept of it would be at the end of the grade level, or is it intentionally designed to be March?
It's grade level standards that are end of year expectations. Again, it starts in March. I just met with the elementary principals. We're going to wait until after that very early April vacation to give ourselves as much time with the curriculum. But there are a lot of assessments that have to happen at the end of the year, right? And we don't want testing fatigue to do them all the last week because, absenteeism and things like that. So you've got to be very strategic where you place those, not to put them all in the same spot. So.
Yep. Wonderful. Thank you so much for the clarification and the very thoughtful presentation. I know that takes a lot of time and energy. And also thank you to the teachers and the students that are working really hard. I know they're hustling to try to catch up from that COVID loss and regain their confidence as education consumers. So really appreciate all the effort that's going in.
And a lot to celebrate too. We are
absolutely.
holding our own, but work to do too, and we're ready to dig in and get that done.
Very much so. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and so we'll have our next presentation.
Hello, good evening. My name is Shivali Finkelstein. I'm the assistant principal for teaching and learning at the high school. And we felt that this was a good segue to what Jody just presented. She talked about K through 12. And what you have here is all the high school testing that the students do. So I'll start off with our AP, but we do have some of the assessment that the students take at the high school level. So at the high school level, they don't take RICAS, but they do take PSAT. Then they take SAT as a junior. Then they take the same science test that Jody talked about in 11th grade. And then AP is just a choice, so students choose to take the AP courses. And then we also are able to give you some world language assessments that students take. So I'll start off with the AP. So just to give you a snapshot, we gave you 5-year summary. Normally, we do a presentation just for the year for the high school, but we wanted to give you a 5-year summary only because you'll be able to see pre-COVID versus post-COVID scores. That column 2020 is the year when students went home and had to take the AP test from home. So if you see the little dip in the, actually increase in the score, it's perhaps the students felt more comfortable taking the test and did well from their couch as opposed to desks and chairs. I don't know. But as you can see in there, that year 2020, that's the year they were taking that AP test from home. And there is a slight inflated grade in there. But generally, that's the percentage of students that receive a 3 or a higher, which makes them proficient in AP. So it's just, in case someone doesn't know, the highest score you can get in AP is a 5. And so anything 3 or above is considered proficient. In the year 2021, when students returned, we did have at the high school a semester schedule. So we were a little concerned because the AP students are normally used to having the course and the teacher and the instruction for the whole year, but in 2021, they did have an AP course in semesters. So we were kind of concerned about that a little bit. And if you see the drop in the number of exams, that is kind of a little bit out of the ordinary for that year because students were allowed to drop and not take the test if they chose not to without a penalty. So, but if you look at all the other years, that's generally our trend of the number of exams students take. And again, this is just a graphic of what you saw above there. You can see the year 2020 was the year they did best. And then here I have a breakdown for you for every subject level. I won't go in details, but I have some more numbers down here for under each slide, but it's kind of hard to look at those numbers and make any quick at-a-glance conclusions. So I gave you a graphic for each one so you can take a look at. What you have in there is the blue bars are, you're seeing two things. You're seeing the comparison with the state and global mean score for each subject area, but you're also seeing the blue represents the students that received a mean score. So we obviously want to have a mean score of 3 or higher because that's the proficiency. And we have also included some trend lines in there so you can see how we are trending from in the last 5 years for each subject area. So for biology, you can see if you follow the blue trend line, it's a trend line you want to see it going upwards. And the state mean score is the red line, trend line, and then the global is the yellow. And these are just the numbers. Every subject area, we have provided those for you. Those are something you can look in more detail. Those numbers are broken down by how many students received a score of 1, how many received a score of 2, 3, 4, and so on. So the next one, and I'm kind of going to go fast through this. You may want to revisit this more, but again, this is our calculus. Once again, we look at the trend line to kind of see if we are, from year to year, we are making progress or we are trending upwards. So that's our calculus. We have 2 sections. We always run 2 sections, so there's 2 different teachers. And those averages are combined for both the sections of teachers. And the next one we have is chemistry, and we have been working really hard to kind of get our proficiency numbers up for chemistry, and the best year we had was the year we had semester schedule. And this was one of the subject areas we were very concerned, especially for students that were taking chemistry in the first semester. Their exams don't happen until May, so we were a little concerned, but surprisingly, we did best that year. So I don't know, maybe we need to consider looking at, did they do well because of the semester model? But since then, we have been trending upwards, so we would like to keep that going upwards for that subject area. So this one, as you can see, Computer Science A is a course which is part of our CTE program for computer science. Computer Science A, for those who know, tends to be the more difficult course out of the 2 or 3 different courses of AP for computer science that students take at the high school. I know this doesn't look great, and we are very aware of it. We are working on trying to make improvements in this area. We've done some analysis on why are our scores going downwards to that extent, considering the state and global averages have been going up. So one of the things we found was that we use a curriculum called Project Lead the Way, which is a very good curriculum. We really like what we have. However, that curriculum is very project-based. So students are used to engaging in that curriculum with producing programs and writing apps, using all the different skills they learn in computer science, as opposed to having more of a AP kind of test. So the AP format of testing and the Project Lead the Way curriculum we are using has a very different testing format. And so we do think that some of that is being affected by that. We also have, this has only been our second year of teaching this, so it's a lot of getting used to it. One of the other things we looked at was when we saw this, we were very concerned. So we looked at how the students were doing in their assessments in the Project Lead the Way curriculum, which is also pretty standardized. So it's not, it comes from a bank of Project Lead the Way program. It's not our self-developed questions. So there is a lot of validity to that test. And the students have been doing really well on those assessments. So we know they're learning. We know that they're applying the computer science skills they are learning. However, we do need to work on incorporating more of the AP sort of format of questions. So that is what we are working on right now, and we're hoping that in the next couple of years, it starts to trend upwards. And again, these are the numbers, and you can also see there's not a whole lot of students that take the test. So it is difficult to see great improvement when you have a small group of students. So that's the other piece. But we have our eyes on this. This is one of our priorities, and we're working with the department and the teachers and any professional development they need to make this be a better experience for our students. This is the computer science principles. Again, the two courses are pretty independent, but computer science principles is the course that students in the CTE program take prior to taking the computer science A. And there are a lot of skills that are covered in computer science principles. So we do put them through a pathway where they do take this course prior to computer science A. And you can see they're doing fine when it comes to the basic course. So it's a matter of us really focusing on what's going wrong in the A portion of it and what can we do to make it better. Again, some more numbers if you want to look at them at a later time. So the next one I have is English language composition. Once again, we do really well. Our students do really well. They're very into these literacy and language courses. It's trending upwards, and we normally do really well. Literacy is where we do really, really well. So you can see this is the English language literature. Some students take both, but some students will just take language versus literature. All right, this is environmental science. This is another area that we are really trying to dig into the certain strands that within the discipline that the students are not doing really well. We're not super happy with what we are seeing here for a 5-year summary. The state and the global has always been a little low, but we have always been above that as far as all other content areas. So this particular does concern us. We are working on it with the department chair and the teachers that teach environmental science to kind of say they're looking at the item analysis from year to year to try to figure out why is it that they're not doing well in this course. And here are the numbers for you. Okay, European history is a course that does not run from year to year. It normally has a trend of starting with 13, 14, 16 students enroll, and then by the time add drop period goes through, we have 3 or 4 kids left. So we try to run this every time we have an opportunity, but we are finding that this course, so you'll look at these numbers and you can see how 2020 and 2021 the course did not run. We did run the course in 2022 with 16 students. We started with 16, and then by the time add drop period added, we ended up with 5 students. And we didn't want to disappoint and cancel the course, so we ran it. They do really well, but the enrollment is a problem in this course. Right, music theory, we normally do really well. We think that last year was not our best year. Students returning from after the COVID have struggled a little bit, but normally our music students do a really good job, and we're not sure what went so wrong that we really dipped. So we're curious to see if we can get back up this year. And Ms. Kaeza, you saw her, she really gets the kids into music, so they generally do really well in this course. All right, this is our Physics 1. Once again, our trajectory is going downwards a little bit for physics. We do well in Physics 2, but for some reason we have been dipping down. And once again, the science department, during their CPT time, our teachers are in a CP, common planning time, for about 80 minutes every 4 days. So they do have plenty of time. They do dig into the data. They look at areas of improvement and then try to hone down on what strands within the course is the area that they need more instruction on. Physics 2 is an upward trend. Doing fine there. All right, psychology, another course that has been very popular in the last 2 or 3 years. Our enrollment has doubled, so we are running 4 sections. We used to only run 2, and the kids are really into it. They love the course, and it's been a good experience, and the trend is going upward, so we're happy with that. As you can see, in the year 2021, we had 44 students taking the exam, and then it doubled in the following year. So Spanish language and culture, once again, this is a difficult course. This is just what our trend line is, and again, we've been very close to always performing at the 3 level, but again, we do see that the trend line is going down a little bit, and once again, the teachers have all the information. They have information on their own kids through their own College Board source, so they can see which kids specifically are not doing well, what is the whole classroom not doing well. One of the good features that came out of AP Classroom after COVID, AP really, they provided some really good resources for teachers, so they can assign individual lessons to students if they're not doing well in certain areas. So that has been a really good resource for us to tap into. Spanish literature and culture, again, a really difficult class to run every year. The enrollment is always up and down. Oh, I don't think I put the years in there. I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't have the numbers up here, but it's 2018, 2019, and 2020. We have not run this course in the last 2 years. Once again, it's just the enrollment. We can't seem to get a lot of students to enroll, and then if it's under 10, we normally don't run the course. But we would like to get this course back. Mr. DeLucia, who is the department chair, he does try very hard to get these students into taking courses at the college level, and we have been able to get dual enrollment for some of these students because we couldn't offer it at the high school. Statistics, once again, our trend line goes upwards. U.S. state government and politics, this is a fairly new course that we have offered. Just to point out, 2018 and 2019, we did not offer this course at the high school. So those are just the students taking them independently. And then in the last 2 years, we have offered that course, and the students do really well. So in 2018 and 2019, there were 6 students in 18 and 2 students in 19, and they just took the course on their own independently. And so we knew there was interest, and then since then, there has been interest in the course, and we're happy to offer this. U.S. history, we do really well, and our teachers in the history department do a really nice job, a solid job of preparing them when they get to this level. So they do really well, and we have a wonderful teacher that teaches this as well. So, and again, here's more numbers for you to look at, and any additional information you need. We do look at a lot of breakdown from here. So this is just an overview. If you're looking for any further information, you can request what you're looking for through the superintendent's office. But we do kind of look at the strands within each content. We look at the breakdown of students. So there's different breakdown that the teachers look at. I just wanted to give you overall first to start with. This piece of information, Jen, I want to thank you for it, because I know a couple years ago you asked for this information, and what we found was we don't once Aspen turns over, we lose a lot of this information. So I know you were looking for how many students enrolled in a course actually take the exam. So since you asked that question, we have been keeping that data on our spreadsheet. So I do have the last 2 years right there. If you look at the 2022 column, that is generally the typical. That's normally the participation rate. And those numbers represent the number of students that take the course versus the ones that actually enroll in taking the exam. So not all students take the exam, but most do. And if you look at 2021, you see the numbers are a little low for participation, and that's because that was the year College Board allowed anyone to drop out of taking the course with no penalties. And so that's why you see a little decline. But normally 2022, that's our participation rate for the AP courses. Okay, so that's what I have for AP. Before I go into the SAT, PSAT overview, I don't know if you want me to just pause and see if you have any questions, because I'm moving into a different world.
Whatever your preference is.
Okay.
Do you want to take some questions?
Yeah, I can take some questions.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much for putting that together for us, and I'll turn it over to any of the school committee members for questions.
Thank you so much for this. The charts are super, super helpful to go through and see that. You covered almost all of my questions, but I did have a couple, and I'll try to be quickly. Is there a way to find out how our students, in terms of comparison to enrollment in AP classes, compare to other districts? Like, is that information readily available somewhere?
Not through the College Board website, but I can see if there is any other source that we have access to that may do that.
Okay.
I'll find out.
Even if they just gave a presentation at their school committee, I can go steal it off their website or something.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
And it seems like there's a drop in the number of takers for chemistry and computer science. Do you know if there's any particular reason for that?
It just fluctuates. Sometimes students from year to year, they run into a lot of conflicts with the other AP courses and when they're running, so it kind of fluctuates.
Okay.
They pick and choose depending on what they want to do in the future.
I know you touched briefly on the Spanish language and culture, but I noticed that was the one class where our mean is lower than the state and the global. Is there any particular reason for that, do you think?
It's a hard course, but we're just working on trying to make the instruction better, trying to really figure out what strand within that course is where the students are not doing really well. But there are some AP courses that are just more of a challenge than the other.
Okay. If there's any resources or anything that are needed for that,
Yeah, so AP Classroom has been helpful.
Okay.
Since we went home for COVID, they have really upped their game in the resource they provide. So the teachers do have access to more,
Okay.
and they're also able to assign students more personalized learning. So if they're not doing well in one area, they can say, you just work on this area through AP Classroom.
Okay, great. The U.S. government and the English scores, those are phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
So the teachers are doing an amazing job there. And I think, is it possible to get the AP scores by race and other subgroups?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
that would be super helpful. And then this is just like a general question, and more because I had an AP student. Do they go over in the classes like what to actually do with your AP test scores once you get them and you get to college? Like,
Yeah, the teachers do. So they go over. They obviously they take the exam in May, but the teachers go through the whole exam, what to expect, what to do when you get your scores, how to look at them. The teachers do that in the
okay,
classroom.
and they tell them what to do with it when you get to. Okay, I need to have a chat with my freshman in college.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's a really fascinating presentation.
Thank you.
Biology, statistics, environmental science on this last graphic have these dramatic jumps from one year to the next. I don't know that you might have a ready answer, but do you have any insight as to why that is?
So environmental science, if you look at it, it's been throughout, hasn't been so awesome. The jumps, what was the other one you talked about?
Biology, 44% to, you were just in terms of the students taking the exams. This is not a hardcore question here, but I'm just curious as to why you have these incredible jumps from 44% in 2021 are taking the exam, and they go up to over 80 in the following year. And I noticed similar jumps for environmental science and statistics. Statistics, 22% all the way up to 80% in 1 year. Something had to change. I'm sorry.
The semesters. Is that right?
Okay. Well, that makes sense. I just didn't, it wasn't clear.
Yeah, so 2020 was the year when they took the exams from home, where they still took the exams, but 2021 was a lot of change. So many of them just didn't take the exam because they could do it without penalty. Okay. And there was a lot of anxiety that year among students with different things. And so there was a drop in the number of exams. So I think 2021 is not the typical.
All right.
For all subject areas.
Thank you.
I have a quick question, actually. You mentioned for Computer Science A that the curriculum is Project Lead the Way. Is that the same curriculum for Computer Science Principles?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
It is. But we have taught computer science principles way longer than we have with Computer Science A.
Just two quick questions, and thank you again. You were mentioning the penalties often, and so can you give us a little information about what penalties students have if they choose not to take the exams, or is it if they sign up for the exam and then end up not taking
It's just a financial penalty. So they have to pay for the exam early on in September, October. We collect that, and then if they cancel, they lose a significant amount.
So 15% of our students every year are losing money if they choose not to take the test?
If they choose to sign up and not take the test, if they cancel, then there's a penalty. There's like a deadline date, but past that they have to pay. And most students will sign up in September, October because it's early. They all sign up, and then we go into College Board and say they're taking the test. And then if you have to cancel it after a certain date, they have to pay. So 2021, that was not the case.
Okay, thank you. And do you all find any barriers in students signing up to take APs because of the financial costs?
We take care of that. Okay. So we have a system where they can report to us, and then we have discretionary funds that we always cover. All
right, perfect. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for the very thoughtful presentation and the great work that the teachers and the students are doing to be really successful and try really hard, and the level that you're doing of analysis is wonderful, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Everybody else good?
Okay. All right, so I'll move into the PSAT and SAT portion of the presentation. Again, I'm giving you a lot of overview So if you need more details, I can do it through the superintendent's office. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to make everybody dizzy here, but. Okay, here we go. So again, we normally do just how we did last year compared to this year, but we wanted to give you 5 years worth only because everyone's starting up here that's new, and then also we wanted to give you pre-COVID and post-COVID scores. This is our SAT reading, writing proficiency scores. Once again, you're seeing two things. You're seeing the blue bar, which represents the percentage of students that were proficient when in taking the SAT for reading portion. And then you're also seeing the state and the global average of proficiency. I did not have the global for 17, 18, and 18, 19, because College Board started publishing this only since 2019. So didn't have that information from the previous years. But again, you can see the trend line. We normally keep a close eye on the trend line, and the English is normally around the 80s, 80 to 83%. And we did dip significantly last year, and that was those were the students that in their 9th grade year went home for COVID, came back in their sophomore year. So we were expecting a level of dip, but that was more than what we expected. So it definitely is a little concerning to us. This is a comparison of the different schools, and I think I have the same schools that Jody had in her presentation. So again, for the same reasons that she picked those schools. If you look at the first, again, you have 2 years of comparison, so there's multiple things here to look at. First of all, the red score, the red line is not proficient. The yellow portion is partially proficient. Green is meeting standards, and then the blue is exceeding standards. And what you're looking at, the two graphs there's different things you can compare. So you can look at the statewide 48.3 and what happened to the scores in 21-22, which is the year everybody expected to drop a little. So you can see the state average dropping about 1%, and then you can see, compare that to how much your school dropped. So it was a little bit, it was a little tough thing for us to see, because we went from 83% proficiency, which has been the standard for over a few years for us, to 73% when the state average only dropped 1%. So that was we didn't expect that. That was more than we expected. And a lot of those students had half a year of face-to-face instruction. And then, as you know, 9th grade is such a crucial year. And then in 10th grade, a lot of those students did not come to school and did a hybrid model. So we really think that not having that face time with the teacher and having the teacher for instruction really affected their ability to do well in here. Again, you can compare with how we looked at different things. We looked at, for instance, we looked at Barrington and see how much did Barrington drop from one year to the other. How much did the other schools drop? So when we looked at that, it was a little painful to see that we dropped more than the other schools dropped a little. Then here's the breakdown by subgroups. So this one is a really good one to look at, because it's comparing the particular subgroups to the subgroups that fall right with it. So on the top, you're looking at accommodations. So you're comparing students that have accommodations and how they did compared to students that didn't have accommodations, right? So you can really see the gap there for each of those subgroups. Just for clarification, accommodations are not just IEP students. It could be any students whose test was accommodated. So time and a half, extra breaks, even if they have a small accommodation, such as if they are diabetic and they need an accommodation to stop the test when they need to, they all fall in that category. And then the other subgroup here we pulled out is the economically disadvantaged students. And then right below it, you see how the non-economically disadvantaged students do. So you can see the gap between those subgroups. And then the last category there is the students with disabilities. So those are the students that have IEPs. And you can see how their performance compares to students that don't have the disabilities. So, and that's always the most painful slide to see because you see the gap. And you can also then look at how they did, how was the gap the year before, right? So you can look at students with disabilities and you can see that gap, and then you can compare it to, did the gap close a little bit or did it widen? So that's really kind of different things that we look at. And then this is the one with just identifying groups of race and ethnicity. Again, comparing the 2 years gives you a little bit more different things to look at. But those are just, again, what we generally look at the group from last year and their performance this year. And then we have the same format for math. So this is the math proficiency for SATs. Again, normally, we've always run around 60% proficiency, and in the last 2 years, as expected, we have dropped a little. We did not expect to gain a point between 2021 and 2022. We expected that to go further down, so it was, while it's not great, it was good to not see the dip like we saw with the English language arts. Again, this is just comparing different schools. And you can look at this a little bit more, but I wanted to just kind of point out, once again, the top line is statewide, and you can see how the statewide dropped from 26.4 to 25.3. You can also see the participation rate. By the way, I didn't point that out before. So there's participation rate, which is pretty consistent for the 2 years. And once again, just different schools, compare school to school, or just look at the drop. And then this is the same slide for math, for the comparison of subgroups. Once again, you would want to look at the students with accommodation versus the students not with accommodations to kind of look at the gap. Okay. And then this is the same thing, once again, just broken down by race and ethnicity. So we generally look at, that group of, and again, the numbers on the left side are helpful so that you can see if there's a drastic change in the number of, which happens a lot, right? So you could have a certain group, 5 students in one group, and next year you may have 20. So there is no rhyme or reason to how those numbers change. So we always try to look at the number of students. The asterisk mark that you are seeing is just suppressed data. So RIDE does not release any data for any student group under 10. Also, if there is a group that has less than 90% of the students proficient, they don't release that data just for student privacy. So that's why you're not seeing that information. We do get to see that information in the educator portal, and so we kind of can click in and look at the actual exact students. And we can see those little bars there, the red and the yellow. We actually have the ability as educators to click into that box, and it brings us right to the list of kids. So we use that information a lot when teachers have the students in their classroom because that's helpful information to them. We also use this information when we are scheduling students in different levels. So that's how we decide if they need intervention or if they need extra support. All right, this is the PSAT scores. So PSAT is practice for SATs. They take this in their sophomore years. And then, so here's one, the trend line normally is very flat on this. They generally most students do pretty well when they're taking their PSAT. And then this is their math proficiency, the last 5 years. Interesting thing is this really matches up with how they do in SAT. And so one of the things that we are trying to do is if they are here in the PSAT, why are they not doing better in SAT? Because that is the spirit of the test. You take PSAT so you can be ready for SAT. You can know what areas you don't do well in. So that's one of the things we look at in our common planning time. And then this one here is just, again, like Jody's cohort data. This just follows when the group of students that took PSAT, how did they do in SAT the following year? And so as you can see, those numbers from PSAT to SAT should really get better. They're not getting better. So we're talking about why are they not doing better. I know our guidance department gives out information to students about what can they do with their PSAT scores. So once they receive their PSAT score, College Board partners with Khan Academy, if you have heard of it, and Khan Academy actually personalizes their pathway. So Khan Academy takes their scores and figures out what their area of strength and weaknesses are, and they put them in a path. So if the student is dedicatedly practicing 10-15 minutes a day at an average, they are expected to do better. Now, we don't do that in the school day, but we do it. We educate them, and that's what they can do outside of school. So I don't know, we have a lot to talk about. I don't know if we need to incorporate that during a school day, during advisory or something, because those numbers should get better. They should look better when they take their SAT. So, all right, science test. It's only been the last 3 years since the next generation science test has been happening in the state, and here's how we did at our school. And then here's a comparison with the other schools. The first line is North Kingstown there, and then the second line is the statewide data. So you can look at how we compared the state, but you can also look at how we do against the other schools. The one on the bottom is 2021. I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't put the dates on there. I thought I did. The bottom one is 2020-21 school year, and the one on the top is the more recent one, which is 2021-22 school year. And so North Kingstown, actually, if I'm not mistaken, I know this only has certain schools, but in 2020-21, was it 2020-21? No, I think we did. So if you look on the top, 21-22 school year, we were on the top. So we did the best in that year. I'm pretty sure, I can't be 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure we were top in the state. So that was great. That was good to see. And we didn't significantly drop between last year and this year. We did better compared to last year. So we're on the upward trend when it comes to that. And then finally, we offer 4 different languages at the high school. And so the students have the ability to take the Seal of Biliteracy exam and show proficiency in their language. And so not every student taking the language does that, but they do have the ability to take this test and earn Seal of Biliteracy. So these were our students that took the Seal of Biliteracy for Spanish. And you can see that little dot is the national average. And there are 4 different domains. So they don't get a final score. What they get is a score in 4 different domains. So those 4 domains are what you're looking at, which is listening and speaking, presentation, interpretative, and then, I can't see the last one. I'm sorry, I can't even read it. I apologize. Oh, reading. Sorry, thank you. So listening, speaking, writing, listening, and then reading. Thank you. I can't see my own writing. So again, just so you have the perspective, I2, which is number 6, that's the level, that's the benchmark for proficiency. So anything from I2 and above is considered proficient. And anything below that is considered novice, which means they haven't earned proficiency. So in all 4 domains, you can see the number of students that tested scored above. So that was Spanish. Same graph for French. This is how our students do. You can see that they are below proficiency for the speaking portion in French, but they are above proficiency for all 3. If they are proficient in all 4 areas, they receive Seal of Biliteracy, they receive the gold medal. If they are proficient in any one area, they receive a silver medal. And then this is German. Again, they do well with the national average, but it's kind of important to see how they do with towards the benchmark. So for German, now the teacher knows to focus more on the speaking and the writing portion as opposed to the reading portion. So it does give them some instructional strategies to incorporate in their classroom. And then the last one is Portuguese. So this is an area that we need to work on. We've had some teacher absences in there in the last 2 years, so we're hoping for this to get better. But this is an area we haven't done great. I added this link for the right assessment portal to show you, but Jody already did that, so I'm going to skip this section. But here's the link that Jody showed you that you can go in and you can pull all kinds of data. You can actually go through and put every school on there if you want to see how we compare to every school. But yep, that's kind of what I had for you, and I'll take any questions or comments or.
Thank you so much, and that was a lot, and we really appreciate you putting so much effort into explaining it to us, making us aware of what's going on at that data level, and so I'll open it up to the committee for any questions. You exhausted them, good job. One quick question, comment from me, just something to consider is I wonder if students with the SATs are caring less as far as with so many colleges going test optional. Yep. There might be less at stake long term for them, and so just something to ponder with working with the students on kind of how seriously they're taking it, and also if they're getting outside instruction and support like they used to. So just a big difference there is where those scores go might be having some impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm moving to the next portion, which is also mine, program studies.
Take a recess so you can have a minute, or are you okay?
I'm good, if you're good.
Okay, go ahead. And just clarification too, feel free to work through whatever you'd like, but it is likely we will be tabling this item for later decision and to do more digging into the reading as well. So
yes, that's perfectly fine.
We're very excited for the first look, though.
Yep. So that was my goal. I know a lot of you are new on the committee as well. We know that program studies takes forever to go through. So we have given you the old program studies, and then we gave you the new one, and then this document really just pulls out any changes we made that are really relevant to what you need to know. So when we make little correction that doesn't really change the meaning of what we were offering, we don't put it on here. But if we do, it's in here. So, get my notes. So one thing I want to clarify before I start the program of studies is there was some confusion with our mission statement. The mission statement we have posted on our walls is different, is what's in here, but in 2013-14 school year, it was revised. And it was revised to match up with what the district says. So just so you know, when you're looking at it, you're going to be looking at the wrong one. So it's already on my list to fix. So when I send you the update to the update version in January, you'll see the correct program mission statement. So I just want to clarify that. So on page 4 for program studies, again, you're welcome to look at everything, but these are some of the areas that I feel are important for you to know. Page 4, last year, what we did is we just basically updated the names and positions to match who's in office right now. So we've had a lot of turnover, and whatever is in this program of studies will stay in here till next year. So just please take a look. If there's any changes you recommend, we can, but we just reflected what's in the office right now. The biggest change we have in the program of studies that we want to talk to you guys about today is the CCA phase-out plan. So CCA are our common course assessments. As you know, there are 2 big graduation requirements for students to graduate from our school. So they need to earn 23 credits, and then they have to show proficiency in a proficiency-based graduation requirement. Rhode Island Department of Education requires us to have only 1 proficiency-based graduation requirement. We have 2 at our high school. So we require the students to complete the common course assessments, and then they also have to do a senior project. We are looking to reduce that to just 1 proficiency-based graduation requirement, which is the senior project. And the reason we want to do that is what I'll cover in the summary of changes in a minute. But I just wanted to say that when we say phase out the CCAs, we don't mean we throw them out. What we mean is that they will still be using those in their courses, and they will still be getting grades, and they'll still be testing on that. It's just that we will not have a human being tracking that information to say, yes, they met their requirement. So some of the summary of changes in the secondary regulations that are coming down, it's for the class of 2028, is going to be subjected to new regulations. So just some summary, just so you can have a perspective. A lot of that has gone into the changes we made in the program of studies. So I thought it's important for you to hear about them. So students now always had to take 4 credits in math, but now they have to take 4 credits in math, including Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. So it's something that all students have to take. They must take 2 credits in world languages. Right now, it's a choice. Most of our students take 2 credits in world language because they want to go to college, and most colleges require that. But per the new regulations coming down for class of 2028, they must all take 2 years of world language. So that does put some pressure on their schedule and their interests and what they have to accomplish. They also need to have an additional credit of college preparatory coursework. So it has to be courses, or they can take dual enrollment opportunity through RIDE, they can take ACN course, but it has to be something that is connected to college preparatory coursework. They must all get a credit in computer science. Right now, computer science is a choice. It's for CTE students or anybody else who wants to just take a computer science course. Under the new regs, they must take a computer science course. So the new regulation also encourages the school department to really think about flex credits. And what flex credit means is that you design a course that has 2 different disciplines working together to give the students an experience. So it could be in history and an English class combined. It could be For instance, you can take statistics and democracy teachers and put them together and have them design a curriculum that gives the students an experience where you can give them math credit for the statistics part of it, and then they can meet their civics requirement through democracy. And I'm just giving these examples, but really the secondary regs are calling for us to become creative and flexible for students because there is so much that's being added onto their plate. So what happens to a student that is not finding success in school right now with the current regulations we have? So there's a clause in the new regulation that allows a student with an informed consent from a parent or guardian to waive some of these requirements. And the way they can do that is if they're engaged in a CTE program or they're engaged in career pathway program, which we do not have at the high school. We have 4 CTE programs. But the reason I bring this up is we need to really think about creating and offering some career pathway programs at the high school, because with the addition of these new regulations, it's going to be very difficult for some of the already struggling students to remain in school and find success in school. So if there is a student who is in a machinist pathway, or they're becoming, they're going to become welders, they may not necessarily need the 2 years of world language because they are not looking to go to college. And so those are some of the things that we have to package it up and put in the new regulations and in our new policy. So a lot of the changes we made here kind of is anticipating those things to come down the pike in 2 years. So students will also need to earn a diploma plus credential, which means they would have to get at least 1 college credit course. They need to get either an AP course, or they may need to earn an industry credential. So if you have for instance, if you have an EMT course at your high school, they are earning an EMT certificate by the end of the course, that counts. So they have to have one or the other. And then finally, the last part that I pulled out from the new regs is the proficiency-based graduation requirement may include work-based learning, community service project-based learning, and other strategies that support applied learning, and only 1 PBGR is required. And so that's why we decided to really start thinking about what are some of the programmatic changes that we need to make now, so that we can't just put things on their plate in 2028. So our main reason to phase out the Common Course assessment as a PBGR requirement is to do that now and phase it out, so when the class of 2027 comes in, they will have only 1 requirement, which is senior project. Okay? And so because we did that, you'll see on page 14, you'll see the highlighted parts where we kind of notified that those will be just the requirements for class of 2024, 25, and 26. So the next year's incoming freshman class will not have to do the CCAs. I will also come in front of the school committee at some point to change our graduation policy to reflect the same information. But I'll do that after this is approved. Once again, page 14, if you see those highlights, that's what it means. We're just making changes to reflect beginning of class 2027. You will need to complete a graduation project to meet the proficiency-based requirement. So we're calling it a graduation project, not a senior project, because we are considering, as we are redesigning what this new senior project will look like, we're really considering allowing students to complete their senior project in their junior or senior year. We don't want, that was one of the feedback we received from students. Sometimes they are involved in activities in the summer or in their junior year, but they can't use those as senior project because they're not seniors. So we want to try to do that. Page 25, once again, we just changed some language. So you'll notice what I did give you in this little doc. This is a pretty handy-dandy doc before you go through the program of studies. You'll see what was changed. So there was an old description for Florida Virtual High School. We changed that to the new language, where we are, since COVID year, receiving a lot of students that are coming from homeschool, or they're coming from different places. They didn't go to school and they had homeschooling. And so we accept a lot more credits than just the virtual high school. So we listed what we accept, and we give you some links in there so you can see what are the different credits we accept. So you'll see that change. And then moving down, page 31, we brought back the class rank language. We're not changing anything, but we found that the class ranking and what do we do with class rank as a school was missing in the program of studies. And as the discussions were coming up, people were looking at program of studies and saying, but it says nothing. So if we are not using class rank, it needs to be stated somewhere. So we just put the language back in there that speaks to class rank is no longer published. And then we just talk about how we pick the valedictorian and the salutatorian. And that's based on the weighted grade point average. Okay, page 33. I know Jody mentioned in her presentation, she talked about the MTSS, which is multi-tiered systems of support. It's a framework we use to identify students that are struggling in literacy, numeracy, or just are at risk in our school. So the old language had some old jargon in it. Rhode Island Department of Education regularly updates all the guidance for us. When they do those updates, they tend to update some names. So they are now calling it MLL instead of ELL, which is multi-language learners as opposed to English language learners. They no longer call RTI, which was response to intervention. They call it multi-tiered systems of support. So what you're seeing here is we just cleaned up the language to reflect the new guidance and new jargon. Okay. And you'll see we gave you what was written first and what's written now. Okay. CTE program section, so that was all just the cover pages, and now we're moving into the CTE program section. We modified the CTE engineering program to give more choice. And so you'll see the old sequence, students took those first 2 courses, and in the last course they had a choice. And now all we did is we added some more choice there. So they can do civil engineering, they can do digital electronics, but they also have a choice to take principles of engineering or computer integrated manufacturing. So just increasing some choice there for students in the 3rd year. On page 39, we added some language about the CTE music program requirements. What we noticed was happening, the students in CTE program have to take 3 years of music ensemble, and 2 out of those 3 years have to be performance-based. And for them to do the performance-based portion of the honors class, it actually requires them to participate in activities that are out of school. And so that's transportation, that's time commitment, and we felt like there was something missing in our program of studies that alerts them of that ahead of time. So we didn't want them to enroll in a program and then find out, oh my God, I didn't realize we had to make all these out-of-school commitments and transportation and whatnot. So we just kind of clarified that language in the program of studies. Okay, careers department. We actually have the students sitting very patiently there, so I want to bring them over. But teamship is a class that we are very excited about. It is a career readiness class. It has a lot of work that students do on real world experience in the classroom. So the teamship was a class that we started as a pilot, and we tried the class out, and we have some good success and results from it, and so we want to really put it in the program of studies as a course that students can sign up for. I do want to call Ms. Tavano there. She has been a champion. She's volunteered hours and hours to get this course going, so I do want to have her. And then she did bring in some students with her who can tell you firsthand of their experience in this class. So, Ms. Tavano.
Thank you. I've been a teacher at North Kingston High School for 15 years, so I just wanted to reintroduce myself in the careers department as a business teacher all this time. And 2 summers ago, I was applied and chosen to do a professional development over 3 weeks in the summer with an organization out in North Carolina called District C. District C is a coaching institute that really feels that the labor market for our students is changing pretty quickly. We all hear the term, the robots are coming, but it's true. Everything from manufacturing to pathology, grocery stores. We know that artificial intelligence is where it's at, and our students know that their jobs that their parents and even older siblings have are becoming more automated. So what we know and what District C tries to push toward is to try to teach students how to work in diverse teams to solve complex problems. And what the class really does is it takes a model of teaching and turns it into coaching. So I often refer to myself as a coach. My students are put in teams of 4 students. I try to diversify it as much as I can with background, gender, personality. I try even not to put them together if they're friends, because that's what the real work world would look like for them. And the course is really meant to teach students tools and mindsets to teach them how to practically work in a team. So everything as basic as creating a meeting agenda, all the way to valuing someone who's an introvert and using something called, we call it solo flight in class, really helps them use a design process to solve problems for real businesses. What District C does for us, because we're a member of their organization, is they help provide me with companies and organizations that have problems, real problems, that my students can solve. So this year the students worked with everyone from a recruiting agency in North Carolina. They worked with a tiger rescue. That was really cool. They're currently working with an organization that is a hot dog restaurant but employs handicapped and intellectually challenged students. And they come to us with all different types of problems. Some of the problems are very business-centric. For instance, we had a retailer who sells dinnerware who was looking to just increase customer base on their website. But we also had an organization that was looking to help their employees become more connected due to just how COVID sort of pushed us all apart. So my students use a design thinking process to question and to ideate a solution. And then at the end of a cycle, which is about 4 to 6 weeks, they pitch their solution to the business partner in a professional way with a solution that they might use in the future. When I piloted the program last year, my students pitched a solution to the Veteran Affairs Department on how they could recruit younger people to work for the VA. And they came up with a solution called Job in a Jiffy. And if you go to the VA Instagram right now, they're not calling it that, but they are using a similar solution on their Instagram page. So the class is not about Shark Tank and who will win the pitch. It's more about, will my students know how to use the tools to solve the problems efficiently? So I wanted Callum Heffernan and Jared Sampson to join me tonight, which, by the way, when I mentioned it to my students, these were the 2 professional young gentlemen that approached me to say, are we coming to the school committee? So I know that they're passionate about it. I wanted them to just share with you what their experience has been in the course. It is a pass-fail class, and I know that they'll have something to say about that. So I'm going to pass it on to them.
Hi, I'm Jared. Thank you for taking the time. So, I am a member of the engineering CTE, and I am actually not really exactly sure what I want to do in college, but I know I'm a big numbers guy. I'm not into the English stuff quite as much. So I was excited to see how engineering and business CTE students could work together as one on these problems, and I gotta say I'm very happy with how it came out. Because we worked with these real companies. Like I worked with the Tiger Rescue Place, and we solved or gave them solutions to work with their lack of volunteer numbers. Right now I'm working with a software company, a startup, trying to increase the popularity of it. And I think it's really cool. And it's not just the business skills that I was given, it's also the ability to build these personal skills with my teammates. So a big focus of the class, when we started out with the class, wasn't even before we even met the companies, was just team building skills and learning how to listen rather than just speak. And Ms. Stefano is the overachiever. She does everything she can, and as you can see, and she put us all introverts and extroverts. So I was in Callum's group. We were both the extroverts of the group, and we had 2 introverts, and we worked very well together in our first project. So I think what I came out of this class with is the ability and more confidence if I were to go on starting my own business, because going into this, I felt like starting my own business would be super daunting because knowing that most businesses fail, but being able to have the knowledge of these team building skills and know that there are people out there to help and actually seeing these real companies' problems, I think is very cool.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you all for your time, and thank you again, Ms. Tavano, for that introduction. So, like Jared said, I'm an engineering guy. I've been in the CTE since freshman year, and I feel like a lot of times, especially as seniors, and no fault to the teachers, we get, as students, really wrapped up in a numerical grade and how we kind of quantify our experience in that class. So it was really refreshing to kind of step into a classroom where you get put into teams and you work with real professionals who aren't just there to validate your feelings and opinions, and there is no definite right answer. So going back to the Carolina Tiger Rescue, which was the company we worked with, their problem was they didn't have enough volunteers. And while that sounds almost kind of trivial and like an easy solution, just get more volunteers, it was really interesting because we had to dive deeper. Our first thought was, well, what are they doing to not get enough volunteers? And then we realized that they were getting plenty of volunteers. Their problem was retention. So it really makes you kind of ask those further questions. And as I mentioned, it was really refreshing because you get to work in this professional environment and build that professional circle that we talk about in high school. So a lot of the civil engineering classes and engineering classes that I've taken over the years have been such a great experience, but it really exposes you to how it will be like at the college level and what engineering will be like in a classroom. So this class was amazing because it gave you that in-person professional experience, and that's invaluable, especially in today's high school. So again, props to Ms. Devano. I think she's a wonderful teacher. As Jared said, she's not our teacher, she's our coach. Without her, we wouldn't have the tools to be able to talk and communicate in the way we do. Like Jared, I'm a numbers guy, and I'm more and more realizing that engineering and science is half communication, half engineering, if not more so communication. It is really about how we communicate our ideas and current opinions effectively. So thank you again for your time.
And Mr. Vano and I matched.
I don't know if I mentioned this. We started this primarily, I'm the internship coordinator for the business program, but I've been the internship coordinator for 10 years at the high school when it was just an elective. And one of the struggles that we have is finding businesses that will take students in. COVID made it even harder. But I think what this class does is it really gives equality among students, whereas before, a lot of my students that would get great internships were students who were already pretty well connected. But by making this an elective class, it evens that playing field for every student to get an opportunity that's equally as professional and good. So the semester-long course does satisfy the CTE work-based learning requirement. And I can answer questions if you have them.
Oh gosh, thank you so much. And I just thought you were excited about the school committee meeting, but I appreciate your time and appreciate
They actually were. They were both saying that they hadn't been to a school committee meeting, and I told them that someday they'll be school committee members, so they better get here before they graduate.
100%. So I will open up to questions from the committee. Anyone have questions for the teachers or the students?
No, just thank you, and it's awesome. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming and the presentation.
Thank you.
I just had one question. I'm sorry. For the name of the course, is that something that's dictated by the District C, or is that something you all selected?
I think District C likes us to call it teamship. I mean, it's the perfect name for the class because the class is all about that. Again, it isn't so much about the solution they provide, but it really is how they're working effectively as a team.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for coming. See, I knew this was going to be the best part of this boring presentation, so I'm glad they were here. All right. So for careers, that's the only course that we are adding on to our program of studies. English, there was a course that hasn't run in a while, and it does not really align with our current MTSS model of support. We have so many different areas of support, so we are going to be eliminating and taking this course offline for now. All right, fine arts, there was just some very minor changes, so they are listed there. We just kind of combined the chorus class. It was separated for freshmen compared to 10 through 12, so we mixed that up. The honors option for American pop music was removed because we do offer that in American Pop 1, and they are always open to offering honors credit for extra things students do. But it's one course that they haven't seen a need to offer that, and they haven't had students who have wanted to do extra work. So for now, they're taking that honors language offline for the American pop music. Page 70 of the program of studies, still fine arts. We have just changed a course description for the Creating with Chrome class, and we're calling it Music Studio Lab. Because we have brand new equipment. So Creating with Chrome was just a course that we used to offer. It was a music technology course, but we would just use Chrome, which was free and available. So they were using that for a while. I know the music department has wanted to get real tech equipment to run this course, and they received a grant recently that allowed them to buy really good technology that's more up-to-date music technology. So they wanted to change the course description and also the name to something more exciting that matches the new setup. Okay. All right, I'm almost done. Math. So just so you can see, we've eliminated a couple courses, but we have kept all the same support. So we're eliminating the block classes. So just to give you a quick snapshot, Algebra 1 Geometry block class is a class that students are double blocked in. So they get a whole semester of Algebra 1 followed by a whole semester of Geometry. Same thing with Geometry Algebra 2. The purpose of those classes were to allow students to get 2 credits in 1 year as remediation and also as a way to accelerate. So we eliminated that because we are offering them the option, right here, we are offering them the option to remediate and accelerate, as you see on the bottom. And I gave you everything in there, so when you look at it, it'll make more sense. But we are giving them that same option by being able to enroll in the 2 courses at the same time. So instead of getting blocked, they would just take Algebra 1 and Geometry at the same time, and they would be able to take Geometry and Algebra 2 at the same time. It'll just be 2 separate courses that they would be enrolled in. There would be some restrictions in enrollment. They have to have certain grades, but it will give them the same opportunity that the other class offered. What we found is by doing it that way, we were really isolating a group of kids as opposed to just mixing them up heterogeneously with the other students. And also, the teachers did not feel that the students were retaining the information because they were doing Algebra 1 in a semester, and then they were going to Geometry. So we are hoping to see better results by offering it differently, but still giving them the same option. And then we also eliminated another course called Topics in Math, and that was because more students are going to be taking Algebra 2 based on the new regulations, and we have already put in last year in the program of studies, we already put in Algebra 2 everyday class for students that may not have otherwise taken Algebra 2, but now they have to take it, but it'll have more support because it's offered every day. So we are trying to streamline what we offer so there's not courses all over the place, and there is the supports. We've been evaluating all the different supports we give and kind of cleaning things up a little bit. So that's the reason why you see those course changes. We added this little graphic for math. So it actually allows families and students to see what are the different options in math. How can they, if they start in Algebra 1 in 8th grade, how far they can get, what are the opportunities to double up. If their goal is to get to calculus, how can they get there in their 4 years? So it wasn't very clear from just looking at the courses, so we wanted to give them a little bit of graphic to see what their pathway in math could look like. Okay. One other exciting news is College Board came up with pre-calculus AP course. So we took our pre-calculus honors course, which serves the same purpose of preparing students for AP calculus, and we are replacing that with the new AP pre-calculus course. Again, I just gave you old description and new description in here. All right, PE health, we had one little change to make. We kind of cleaned up the language of what is allowed to be exempted in the health. We've had number of parents have questions about what is it that my child can be exempted from and how does the process work. So we cleaned up the language here to tell them what they are allowed to be exempted from, and that's all based on the general laws, right? So the health curriculum is mandated from the state of Rhode Island, and the state of Rhode Island tells us what parts of the health can parents waive their students from. And there are two sections. It's health and family life, and then it's AIDS education. So we wanted to make sure that we give them those laws that allow that exemption. We have a process at the high school, and we send them information ahead of time, and we have a form that the parents can sign in. But so it was just a little clarification that we added in here. Some of the course descriptions have just been slightly updated for the PE health, and it's on those page numbers. And then the last part is the world language. All of the course description have just been updated. They haven't been updated for years, and so they went back in and just cleaned them all up and kind of made them a little less wordy. So that's all I have. I thought I would never finish. So I'm up for any questions, any other, and I know I'm coming back in January, so if you have any additional questions that you can't think of today, I'll be back in January.
Yeah, again, thank you so much. Any questions from the committee?
I do have questions, but I'll email them to you if that's okay.
Yep.
I do have a bunch of questions, but I'll email them to you, and if you can address them at the next meeting,
Sure.
that would be awesome.
Sure.
Okay.
Sorry, it looked like you were saying. Yes, thank you so much, and really appreciate the overview and calling out the changes and explaining the why, so thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
What happened?
Just spilled a Red Bull. Again, thank you so much to the students that sang in the beautiful presentation, the music showcase, and their teacher, as well as the folks that presented the information to us during the presentation today. We greatly appreciate the time that it takes to put that together and the thoughtfulness that went into those presentations. That brings us to citizens' comments, and thank you so much for your patience during those presentations. And it looks like we have one member of the community who signed up to speak. So, Pam?
Is this on?
Yes, but feel free to adjust it so it's
It's
comfortable.
on. You can hear me? Okay. Pam Panero, 710 Slocum Road, North Kingstown. I have to add to this because I thought the presentations were excellent, very, very thorough. I appreciate everyone's time. I do question putting them all in one meeting. It was a really lot of information, especially in the month of December when all of this information is very critical, but the next meeting isn't until January. And I don't know about you, but the audience is a little lacking. I'm not sure, it's the best time of year to be having these really, really important discussions. So that's my first thing. Secondly, I listened to the meeting last week at home, or I tried to. It was extremely difficult to hear anything. I'm not sure, but my suggestion would be that every person on the stage has their own microphone. You did a much better job tonight, but you really could not understand the discussion for why you were voting the way you did, and I didn't really see that discussion in the minutes. I only looked at them quickly, but I didn't feel like it was there. So it was hard for me to tell as a citizen why you did what you did last meeting. Let's see. I wanted to say that I really appreciated the improvement in communication over the RICAS distribution between my kids' schools. It was very clearly communicated. There was consistency between the schools, and I really hope this continues for the STAR testing coming mid-year. Let's see. As far as the RICAS information, I would be interested to know the percent difference between STAR meeting and exceeding versus the RICAS meeting and exceeding. I also thought the only thing the presentation was missing was accountability. As far as what are the district's goals, are we hoping to increase RICAS scores by 5% next year? And where's the accountability in that? We're throwing a lot of money at this, but I'd like to see some real goals that we can say next year that, look at this, we met our goals, or no, we didn't meet our goals, and get some hard evidence. I would also suggest that if there is an opportunity for feedback to ride by anyone on the stage, that they consider the process from test to results. It just seems to be too long. We're mid-year or almost mid-year, and we're talking about last year's results. It just doesn't seem like that process is really efficient. Lastly, I would like you to request you consider putting class rank back in the program of studies as an opt-in, opt-out. I've spoken previously how class rank can benefit high achievers, how it benefited me personally, and has benefited others. I urge you, if you weren't at that school committee meeting in the fall, to watch the video. There were some eloquent speakers at that meeting who talked how their class rank really impacted their students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens' comments? Wonderful. So moving on next to the superintendent's report.
Excuse me. I will be brief because I know we've heard a lot from others about the schools. So my visits to district schools are highlighted by engaged students, dedicated teachers, and strong instructional and administrative procedures. And I think someone else already noted that schools are judged by testing and other metrics, but those always, they don't always tell the whole story. Oh, really?
I think it's on, but maybe.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So that doesn't tell the whole story, so that's important to note. A celebratory poster in the hall of the high school reminded everyone that this past spring, Paul Fanning was named the Division I Coach of the Year for Rhode Island. So I wanted to make note that excellence abounds among our staff and students. We're pleased to welcome Bretta Combs as our interim director of PPS. Bretta served as our assistant director of PPS a few years ago and has extensive experience in the area of special education. A number of other administrative positions are vacant and are posted on School Spring. Robert Carenti, our Director of School Facilities, was awarded a scholarship of $2,000 from the Trust Safety and Risk Management Scholarship Program. The funds are going to be used to provide lead-safe renovation, repair, and painting training to 9 maintenance staff members. And last, the district improvement team will meet for the first time this January. In the January newsletter, which comes out at the end of this month, we'll outline the process for parents and staff to volunteer for that committee. It will meet, too. What's nice about it meets 3 times a year, so it's not an overcommitment, and I'm hoping to attract a variety of people to that committee. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. Is there anything that the members of the committee want to remove from the consent agenda? Jen?
Yes, I'd like to exempt B3 and C1 and 2.
Okay, so B3 and C1 and 2?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other committee members want to exempt any portions of the consent agenda? No. Okay. And so with B3 and C1 and C2 exempt, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Case, seconded by Ms. Lima. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the consent agenda is approved unanimously. Thank you. And so we will go through these each one. So B3 is the biannual meeting minutes of December 5th, 2022. Can I have a motion for that? Or do you want to?
I need a motion first.
Yeah, motion first. So we could do motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve. So that
Yeah, we need a motion to approve, and then we get a second, and then discussion.
Yep.
Okay, and that's where a committee member would request if changes need to be made to the minutes, that's when it would happen?
Correct.
Thank you. So I will need a motion for that one.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Okay, so made by Ms. Lima and seconded by Mr. Case. And I'll open up discussion and start with Ms. Lima.
So for the section regarding the appointments to the policy subcommittee and the NEAK negotiation team, I'd like to have the minutes amended to include the discussions that took place surrounding those appointments.
Okay. Anything else? Discussion for B3?
May I ask for some clarification as to what it was that what portion of the discussion or what
The
it is that...
specific comments that Ms. Hoskins made concerning her concerns over my appointment to the policy committee.
Okay.
And the discussions that went back and forth regarding trying to find a member to serve on the NEAK negotiating committee. Ms. Hoskins declining to serve on it, Ms. Earl trying to find somebody else to serve on it, and where we ended up with the members.
All right, so it sounds like
Okay.
for the
Right.
just for that clarification that we're looking for some detail around the discussion that happened in regards to those two for clarity as far as the actual discussion.
Correct.
Andrew, what happens in that case, please?
So then there would be a motion to amend second, and assuming it's passed, then there would be a motion to accept the amended minutes. So you need to do it in 2 phases.
So I can make a motion to amend?
Motion to amend in that fashion, correct.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to amend to
Wait,
include...
hold on 1 second, please. Okay, so just for clarity's sake for the committee, so Ms. Lima is going to make a motion to amend. We'll go slow so we make sure that the clerk gets the verbiage exactly as is, and then I'll ask the clerk to repeat it back just so that we're all clear on the amended language, and then you'll need a second, and then we'll have a discussion on the amended language, and then we'll go back and approve the minutes in general. Okay, got it? Okay. Okay, so if you'd like to make your amended.
So I would like to make a motion to amend. I don't have the exact language, though, because it'll need to be
pulled from the transcript, but I'd like to make a motion to amend the minutes to include the discussion that took place surrounding the appointment to the policy subcommittee and the NENK negotiating team.
Andrew, clarification on that due to the fact that Jen's requesting to go back to the video, the transcript to pull it out, are we still able to approve it as long as those are going to be made, or do we have to table?
As long as they're transcribed minutes, that's fine, because they are what they are from the video.
Okay.
Or we can table it and have them resubmitted at the next meeting.
I would suggest tabling it and having it resubmitted at the next meeting, not only because you have concerns about it, but in fairness, Ms. Hoskins is not here this evening and may deserve an opportunity to be present, and I don't know if she wants to elaborate further or amend her.
Well, no, yeah, that because we do have them videotaped. My question, I guess, would be regarding if we have time to table it due to what we need to do with the
Open Meetings Act. That's what I was going to suggest. What you can do is you can file the draft minutes as they are, and then at a later, so at least we've got minutes on file, and then at a later meeting, if in fact they're amended, you would just supplement the Secretary's website with that.
Wonderful, thank you, sorry. So we could table them and then have the clerks upload the draft minutes as they were submitted to us, and then submit the approved ones after our next meeting?
Correct.
If so moved, okay, thank you. And so with that, we would either need to have you pull back your amended motion and then request to table the minutes, or you may go forward with the amendment.
Okay, I'll pull back my amendment, and then I'll make a motion to table.
Okay, so we have removed the amended language, and we have a motion to table from Ms. Lima and a second from Mr. Chase. Any discussion on the request to table the minutes so that the clerks can go back and review these sections of those meetings for both the policy and the NEA-NK negotiation sections of the minutes? Okay, hearing no discussion, all those in favor? Okay, so the motion passes unanimously, and thank you so much for the clerks uploading the draft minutes and then revising those, and we look forward to seeing them and hopefully approving them at our next meeting. And then the next consent agenda item that had been pulled out was C1, so we'll need a motion for that, and then a second, and then we can have discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so a motion from Ms. Lima and a second from Mr. Briety. Opening up to discussion, and we'll start with the motioner. So, Jen?
So I love free money, never going to say no to free money. And I know Dr. Paolucci had said that we didn't have to apply for this, that the funds were given, and that they're assessing the needs now in order to determine where they're best going to be used. But I was hoping that she could give us an idea of the types of things that are being considered for this grant.
So, Dr. Paolucci, would you mind addressing that, please?
Sure. And so we didn't find out about this that long ago. And so we have a team that we're getting together to assess some of the needs of the district. One important thing is that the grant is supposed to cover furniture that allows teachers to do more innovative instruction, perhaps with project-based learning. And so one idea that we've been floating out there is the need to replace our furniture in our media centers. That area can be used by all teachers, and so we can maybe spread the wealth a little bit with this money and have it go to different schools. Furniture is very expensive, so it won't, unfortunately go too far. But what's nice about that too is it may allow teachers to innovate in those spaces, which could then create a demand for similar furniture. And so we have some contacts with furniture companies that do this type of design work, and so we've started the process. We do have to have the furniture ordered before June, And so we have really a tight schedule to really get rolling on this. And so at this time, all we need is approval to accept the funds. And then once we have a plan, we'll bring that and share it with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying and providing that additional information. Any other discussion regarding the motion that's on the floor? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the vote. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. And so the motion carries with unanimous consent. Thank you. Okay, and then the last item that was pulled out of the consent agenda was C2, the school committee's approval of McKinney-Vento's Mental Health Services RFP. And so we'll need a motion. Okay, so Ms. Lima made a motion to approve. Oh, never mind, she was just kidding. Okay, so we'll need a motion to be able to discuss this one. She can't talk about it.
I'll make a motion to approve for purpose. I'll make a motion to approve for purposes of discussion.
Just a point of clarification, Andrew, is there another way that the committee can do something to move forward? Could they?
No, I think the
that's
motion,
appropriate.
motion to approve for purposes of discussion is the appropriate.
Perfect, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that we are clear.
I'll second that for purposes of discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have a motion from Mr. Case and a second from Ms. Lima, and I'll open it up to discussion. Robert, you technically get to go first. Any discussion? Okay.
Thank you. So I really appreciate the information provided by the Office of Family Learning, and I fully support this, but the school committee is accustomed to receiving copies of all proposals received as part of the request for approval, and we don't have any backup for it, and unfortunately I'm not able to vote to approve anything that I haven't seen the backup for. So at this time, I'm unable to approve it.
Thank you, Jen, for your comments. Further discussion, and then I have a clarifying question for you. Could you, sorry, Mike, would you mind? So I'll defer Jen's question and comment to Dr. Paoluccio and to Mike Waterman for clarification or additional questions if you have any questions regarding what the ask is from the committee member.
So I apologize here. Was there were the actual bid submittals
The
were not
actual
included
bids
in the
were not
packet?
included in the packet.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
So if we could table this till the next meeting?
Okay, so just for clarification's sake, I believe that we will need to vote on this, but if the committee feels like tabling it at this point due to the discussion of not having the information they need is necessary, then we would need to vote down the motion, and then a motion to table could come up. Is that correct, Andrew?
Yes.
Thank you. And so any other discussion regarding the motion that's on the floor?
So if we want to table it, we would vote no on this and then put a motion forward to table it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, because the current motion on the floor is to approve it, and if that is what the committee does not want to do at this point, then folks can vote how they like, and then if it does not pass, then we could open up for another motion on this agenda item in which the motion could be to table it.
Okay.
And so all those in favor of approving the motion on the floor? Okay, none. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay, 4. And so the motion does not pass, and so we still have the agenda item on and would accept any other motions regarding it.
Can I make a motion, please, to table approval of item C2 pending the January meeting of the school committee with notice to any appropriate party to make sure that we have the appropriate materials to review in advance of that meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, just from Mr. Brighty. Do we have a second? Okay, second from Ms. Lima. Open to discussion. And Tom, you can start. if you like. Oh, no discussion on tabling, correct? Just kidding. And so,
You just take a vote on the motion to table.
I know I had a clarifying question about impact on students, but I can't do it, can I?
You can ask you can ask a clarifying question.
Okay. Lydia. Andrew, question regarding audience input on items on an agenda.
Question regarding audience input.
Yes.
She is a member of the staff.
Yep.
Well, it's on the table right now, or
Yeah.
So if you can accept some additional information from the administration, I assume.
Just come take the microphone.
Microphone, please.
I apologize. Oh, I'm loud. I apologize. I was not told to include the bids, which I have with me for what it's worth. But I wanted to share, extenuate additional information that may or may not be relevant, which is to say we did receive 2 bids for the RFP in review and discussion. Both agencies were contacted with follow-up questions. One responded promptly. The other one, I called to a full mailbox and I emailed and got no response. So in my week, I'm happy to share the bids, but in the one of the bids has been unresponsive. So I feel to share that I feel like we have one strong bid on the table. I just wanted, I'm sure you all are aware that obviously the longer we wait to roll this out, the more of an impact it will have on the youth who need it. And it's a procedural question, I realize. I don't know that if I can hand them to you now, but I
No,
assume that's not the case.
No, we can't. We're not supposed to have discussion during tabling, and so. No. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we are going to take a vote on the tabling of this motion, and if for some reason we get provided additional information and need to call a special meeting due to the timeliness of approval of it, then we would be happy to have a more enhanced packet for the school committee to do and call a more timely special meeting, and we'll follow the procedures and processes to do that to make sure that the impact does not affect students. And so we have the motion and the second for the tabling, and thank you for the additional information, but I'd like to call the vote. And so all those in favor of tabling the motion at this point? Any opposed? Okay, so the school committee approval of the RFP will be tabled, and we will work to see what's the most timely way we can get that information. Thank you. Let's just check the time. Okay, so moving on to new business. So the first item of new business is item A, High School Program of Studies, which we saw the presentation for earlier. I'd like to move that we table this item to a further meeting to allow time. Oh, I would like to make a motion to table this motion. Or this agenda item. Okay, so a motion for myself and a second from Ms. Lima. And my rationale for this is I would like the school committee to have more time to review it. Valid? No discussion, right? Because I'm tabling it?
Typically not, nope.
Okay, never mind. I will call the vote. Thank you. As I said earlier, we will work on the Roberts rules together and make sure that we get this correct. So High School Program of Studies, so I'm motioning to table it to revisit at a future meeting. All those in favor? Okay. Tom, okay, thank you. And then any opposed? Okay, so that we will table that to our further meeting. And again, thank you so much to the staff members for putting together that presentation. The next item is item B, the school committee approval of the donation of the scores table. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, the motion was made by Ms. Lima. Do we have a second? Okay, a second from Mr. Chase. Open it up for any discussion.
I have one quick question. I want to thank the Booster Club, but I also just want to confirm that the maintenance of this item is a town expense, not a school expense, as stated in the letter. I just want to make sure that's correct.
Okay, so we have a question, so I would refer to the administration of whoever is best to answer that question.
Do you mind clarifying? I'm sorry.
The letter from the Booster Club says that the scores table will be owned, operated, and maintained by the town. But all the other stuff says it's to the school, so I'm just confirming that it's actually, any maintenance costs will be borne by the town, not by us.
I would not believe that to be correct.
So that letter is misleading.
That I believe it's being donated to the school department.
Yeah, if you could look at the letter, because it doesn't make sense.
What I believe may have
Hold on one
happened.
second, sorry, y'all. With the back and forth, I just want to make sure. So just to clarify for discussion, so the clarification, Jen, can you please be very clear about what part of the letter that we are concerned, or you're
So the letter says, hold on one second.
And please reference the section in the page, please.
Yep, so it's page number 418, and it says, the scores table is granted to the North Kingstown School Committee as a permanent fixture and includes all components related to the maintenance operation. The scores table shall be owned, maintained, and operated for all purposes by the town of North Kingstown.
Okay, thank you, Jen. And then I'll turn it back over to Mr. Waterman for additional clarification.
I think what may have happened there was they copied the letter from the scoreboard donation, and because the school department doesn't own the land, the town does. But this is a donation very similar to one of the scoreboards that would be up on the building. We would assume the maintenance. We would assume the upkeep.
Okay, and that's fine. I figured it was too good to be true, but I just want to get it on the record that is not, that we are responsible for the maintenance and the upkeep and all that stuff.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. And then any additional discussion from committee members regarding this item? Clarification, Andrew, for the legality of this item that we need to sign, do we need to not approve this so that it can be correct before we sign it?
I think we should make a correction just so it's clear on the ownership and the maintenance
can
issue.
we do like a... Yep. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, unfortunately. So, since we already established we will likely be having a special meeting quickly, perhaps my recommendation in the discussion is to is to table this and go back to whomever sent the letter and have them corrected, and then have it come back forward to the committee. With that said, though, we do have a motion on the table to approve the item right now, and so we would need to take a vote on that, and then depending on how the committee does it, then we can make a different motion if need be. Correct? Great. So any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approving the donation of the scoring table? Okay. All those opposed? Okay, and so the motion does not go forward. So any other motions regarding this agenda item?
I'm going to move to table discussion of approval for the scorers table until such time as we can clarify and obtain revisions regarding the letter dated December the 6th. Drawn to the attention of the North Kingstown School Committee.
Okay, do we have a motion on the floor? Okay, for Mr. Bridey and a second from Ms. Lima. There's no discussion needed, and so all those that approve that motion, or call the vote. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, my voice is not going well. Any opposed? Okay, so we will table that until we can get a clarification of the packet. Thank you. The next item is item C, the approval of representation to Town Asset Management Commission. Do we have a motion?
Actually,
yeah, let me just, yep. So to be able to discuss this, we'll need a motion on the floor.
Can I interrupt? We don't have anyone to nominate to approve, so I'm not sure what the motion would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we had, Andrew, we had asked for some clarification on this prior because there was no attachments to the packet, but it was put on by the administration, so we need to, do we just need to?
So it can be, someone can make a motion just to withdraw it from the agenda at this
Okay.
point in time?
Thank you.
I do have a question, though.
Then we would need, we'd have to put a motion on.
We need a motion, so.
I'll make a motion to withdraw it from the agenda at this time.
Point of clarification, Andrew, are you allowed to have discussion on a withdrawal motion?
Motion to withdraw? I don't think so. I'm not 100% clear on that, but I don't believe so. I believe it's similar to a table.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to withdraw in a second. All those in favor of withdrawing the representative to the Town Management Commission? Okay, any opposed? Okay, the motion, the agenda item is withdrawn. The next item is the school committee approval of prior year audit fee payment. Do we have a motion? Okay, so we have a motion to approve from Mr. Case. Do we have a second? A second from Mr. Bridey, and we'll open it up to discussion from the committee. Jen, sorry, the motioner gets to go first. So, Mr. Case, do you have anything? No worries. Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Lima.
As noted during the discussion on the RFP, there is a memo in here from Ms. Wilcox, but there is no backup from the town in terms of the actual charge. I'm not comfortable approving anything that doesn't have actual backup in there. So I have to vote no on this because there's just a memo from Ms. Wilcox. There's not the actual invoice from the town. I'd feel much more comfortable approving it with that information.
Dr. Paolucci, would you like to respond in discussion to that question, inquiry, or statement?
So as a result of a meeting we had with the town and the auditors, we learned of a deficit in the payment made by the school department that was covered by the town in order to meet the obligation to the audit company. This was discussed. We reviewed our payments and figured out the actual amount. We agreed on an actual amount, and then reviewed it. And the finance director's memo, I believe, has the information that's necessary. We could get a testimony from the auditor, but I don't understand exactly what more would be needed. This is something that was agreed on by the town, by our finance director, reviewed by the auditor. But besides presenting old bills and trying to figure out how to put together a packet for you, which would take an inordinate amount of time, I think that the information is clear enough for you. So if I need to bring back further information, I need a little bit more clarity on what more for backup is needed.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Further discussion from the committee?
So I guess
Ms.
my
Lima?
question is, did the town formally request it, via an email or an invoice or something like that? That's all I'm looking to have included in the packet is something from the town, versus just a verbal confirmation saying, hey, you owe us this money from the prior year's audit. If there's some type of communication from the town that can be attached to it, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. Barty, Mr. Case, anything? And so right now we have a motion on the floor to approve the request for the payment. And then obviously we had some discussion. Hearing no other discussion, I'll call the vote. So all those to approve the motion? Okay. Opposed? Okay, and so the Motion does not carry, so. I think we would be open to having it returned to the agenda at a future meeting with perhaps some sort of documentation from the town. So the next, Andrew, point of clarification, it's 9:54, and so do we need to do anything with the stipulation of the 10 p.m. and then the 10:30 executive session?
So the agenda does list that if we're going into executive session after the meeting, that the regular session meeting should be closed at 10 p.m.
Yep. Is there any stipulation, I believe I read in the policies, that the committee can vote to adjust
Suspend
that? Yep.
Yep.
Do you know what level of approval I need? Do I need unanimous consensus or just simple majority?
2/3.
2/3. So I would like to, in the interest of time, I would like to make a motion. Sorry, one more clarifying question because didn't anticipate this one. Because it's not on the agenda, you can just make it?
Yeah, it's appropriate. We're closing in on 10 o'clock. You can certainly make the motion to.
Do I have to be specific in the frame or just?
I think if you're unclear as to how long things would take, you just make a motion to suspend that particular rule for this evening's meeting.
So I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rule that the North Kingstown School Committee Department Policy BE adjourns no later than 10 p.m. and then which we are going to be followed by an executive session 10:30. And so, thank you. So Aaron Earl made the motion, and I'll take Mr. Case as the second. Any discussion? I would just like to echo, although I was very, very appreciative of all the presentations, in the future, I think spreading them out would be a little bit more beneficial to make sure that we're able to digest the information and also able to get through the meetings in a reasonable amount of time. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so we have suspended the rule in policy BE, so yay. Okay, moving on to item E, the school committee's approval for the North Kingstown School Committee membership to the Rhode Island Association of School Committees. Do we have a motion for this item? Okay, motion by Tom. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion. Tom, would you like to go first? Mr. Brady, sorry, would you like to go first? The motioner technically gets the floor first if they'd like during discussion. You can say no, it's okay. Can you speak into the microphone, please?
My comments are brief. We should be a member of the Rhode Island Association of School Committees, and I would urge the committee to approve that.
Okay, other discussion? Ms. Lima?
I agree. I also think we should be, but in keeping with my theme of the evening, I'm uncomfortable approving anything that we don't actually have the price for. There's nothing from the Rhode Island School Committee Association attached that's showing the price. So unfortunately, I cannot approve this at this time.
Thank you. I'll turn to Dr. Paolucci. Would you mind commenting on that as far as the agenda packet goes?
Commenting on the price, this was agenda item you added to the packet. I thought you were going to be prepared to provide information on it. I didn't have the time to do any additional research.
No worries. I think what Ms. Lima is looking for is, I believe, one of the clerks had reached out to the association and had gotten communication back to your office regarding the prorated dues, and it sounds like Ms. Lima was looking for a copy of that communication, as it is not stated, I believe, in the letter from David Testa, who is the president. Is that correct, Ms. Lima? And so, any other discussion regarding this? I'll add, I do believe it is extremely important that the school committee is part of the Rhode Island Association of School Committees. One of our duties is to continue to professionally develop to serve the citizens of North Kingstown. And I think that this is a great association for the committee to be part of. And I will also agree with Ms. Lima that seeing the documentation regarding the price would be important, as it was not clear on their website the cost of the membership. Mr. Chase? Sorry.
Just one quick question, and I don't know if you have the answer or anybody has the answer, but if we vote not to approve this tonight, are we allowed to continue to participate in continuing education, in particular for new school committee members attending their trainings and stuff? We are? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I'll turn that over to Dr. Paolucci for the answer, the official answer. I just didn't know if you wanted to.
No, I just knew that you could still participate in the professional development.
Thank you. Any other discussion regarding this? Okay, all those for the motion on the table? Okay, all those opposed? Okay, the motion does not carry. Moving on to item F, the school committee's approval for the school committee's participation in the RIASC School Committee 101 Professional Development Program. Do we have a motion for the agenda item?
I'll approve this one.
Are you making a motion? Okay. A motion from Ms. Lima. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Bridey. Discussion? Okay, hearing no discussion. All those for the motion? Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carries. The next item is item G, the CIP submittal. Do we have a motion for this agenda item?
Is there anything for us to approve on this agenda item?
Andrew, how do we ask, point of clarification, or point of information, how do we ask a clarification on the agenda?
I'm sorry?
No, you know what, we need to make a motion and then have discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion for discussion only.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Lima and a second from Mr. Chase. I'll open it up for discussion. Would you go ahead? Would you like to speak to the motion? Of course.
So normally you would have an attachment that's the SIP, which is the plan for capital improvement. This is normally done. I looked in your history in November. It wasn't done this year. We have a meeting that's scheduled with the Asset Protection Commission on January 5th. We have no school committee meetings prior to that date. So we put this on the agenda hoping to get maybe a draft SIP, at least for your perusal, but that is not ready. And so we never were able to put something actually on the table. However, we are obligated to go to the asset protection on the 5th, which puts us in a very precarious position because we're presenting something. We will have it from the architect by then, but we'll be presenting something that you have not yet approved, which I don't usually do.
Yep.
And so I wanted to at least make that informational to you. I was hoping that we'd actually have an item, but we won't. And so we'll make that informational to you. I will go to the Asset Protection Commission on the 5th, but I'll have to have you approve the SIP afterwards. I don't know.
We can call a special meeting if need be before that, so that if the school committee needs to see it. And so right now we have a motion on the floor for this submittal, which should not have been under new business. And so we do have a motion to approve it, though, so we need to go through the motions for that, and then we can. I would be willing to do a withdrawal, take a motion for the withdrawal. So we need to finish this one unless there's further discussion on this motion.
So a motion to withdraw?
No, right now we have a motion to approve this item, so that we can have discussion regarding it, and so we need to close that out, and then we can consider another action item on this.
So I'll withdraw the motion that I made for discussion purposes only.
That's fine.
That's fine?
Yep.
Okay, we'll take that, thank you. And so we would need another motion if we wanted to table this item altogether. Point of clarification, Andrew?
Table it, withdraw it from either one.
Yeah. Either.
Yeah, probably more appropriate to withdraw since it's not tabled to a certain time. We don't have anything.
Okay.
It does sound, it is timely though, so should we table it to a special meeting before the January 5th Asset Commission meeting?
That's fine.
Yeah, okay, so I'd like to make a motion to table item G, CIP submittal to a special meeting that will be called before the Asset Management Commission meeting on January 5th. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion made by Ms. Earl, second by Ms. Lima. Discussion? I would add my discussion for this item is that I believe it's important that the school committee sees this before it goes to the Asset Management Commission, but also completely understand Dr. Bailey's point of needing to make sure that it's timely due to the time of their meeting, as well as making sure that the administration has time to prepare what they need for the school committee to see. Any additional Mr. Chase?
I was just going to ask, through you, Chair, is there a timeline on when we can expect these changes? Because how do we schedule a meeting if we don't even know a ballpark of when to expect this?
Yes, thank you so much. My thought would be to have the administration notify us when it is ready, and then based on that, we just need 48 hours in advance and consensus or a majority vote of the membership, which can be done via telephone or email, to call a special meeting. So I would defer to the administration on their timeline on when they're able to get the materials done, with the hopes of seeing it before the January 5th meeting. Any other discussion regarding this tabling? Okay. So all those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, thank you. And so the next item on the agenda is reports for the DEI subcommittee. And so I will turn it over to the member of the school committee for the report.
So at the November 21st, 2022 subcommittee meeting of the DEI, the group discussed the potential for future meetings to be videotaped with possible action for recommendation to the full school committee. The reasons for this are because misinformation is being circulated regarding what the subcommittee actually does. The minutes that we record do not capture everything that is discussed. During the meeting, the members discussed the fact that the meetings are actually currently being videotaped by the public who attends, and the benefit to having an official record online being put out by the NKSD would show the actual work, the full, complete work that's happening in the meetings and the work that's being done. We talked about the issue of whether taping the members of the subcommittee who are minors would be an issue. We're unsure of the legalities, but we'll obtain permission from the parents to be safe. We also discussed the fact that the meeting should be a place where people feel comfortable because there are sensitive issues that are discussed. So the decision to do it within the subcommittee needed to be a group decision, which it unanimously was. So the motion passed with everybody's approval to recommend to the full school committee that meetings be taped moving forward.
Thank you for your report. And as it is not under new business, we won't be having any motions today, but at a further meeting we could do so. And then the next item on the agenda is correspondence. Do we need to do anything for that, or is it just, okay, thank you. And then we will now, I need the language for this. So we'll be now recess. Do I need a motion to recess into executive session? I've never done at the end. Yes. Okay. So I move that we go into executive session. Oh, excuse me. Thank you very much. So I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session per the open Open session has concluded. No. Okay, the RIGL 42464 for discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided such persons or persons affected shall be notified in advance writing and advised that they may require that the discussion be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1. Session pertaining to potential litigation or legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, and discussion of any investigative proceeding regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, pursuant to RIGL 42465A4. Okay, so a motion from Mr. Case, motion from Ms. Lima. And so for those of you who are still tuning in, the camera will go into executive session, and then we will come back to this to disclose if any votes were taken during that session and to conclude the meeting. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I also just add that any individuals to be discussed have been so notified?
Thank you.
Did everybody sign this? Oh, no, we only, I can't, 1, 2, 3, right? Did we just?
No, it's me. So this one did pass, right?
Yes. And we still need one more signature. So if we give that to Joni, then she could get the last signature when it's done.
That would probably be the best.
Two rooms we can go to the back media center, that just Rob's head to, I'm realizing, or we can go to, I'm sorry, the back room, or we can go to the media center.
I deferred it to you all on where you want to go.
Go to the back room. You need to go to the restroom.
Are we going to the?
Back.
Do you want to just give me that wireless mic?
Yeah, sure.
That's all.
I think so, yeah, also. Karen, there's a restroom out here on the way out.
Oh, yeah. He's just going to take the microphones down. This way. I don't know how long this is going.
So I need a motion to seal the executive session minutes. Moved by Ms. Lima. Who writes down what happens? Okay, perfect. Motion from Ms. Lima, seconded from Mr. Case. Any discussion? I'll disclose that there were no votes taken during the executive session. All those in favor? All right, any opposed? Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, motion, yes, sorry, excuse me. I need a motion to adjourn. And a motion by Mr. Case, second by Mr. Briotti. All those in favor? Thank you.